8 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here. If you're listening live, it's a Friday, and we are excited to have you with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, features you, the audience, as our guests as we look back on 27 years, and we'll do more of that. We love when you are our guest and bring up moments that you've enjoyed over the past 27 years. And yesterday was a great show. A lot of you talking about the first time you tuned into the show or something that you just remember that just stands out. And so be looking for that Saturday morning to drop this week's Rick and Bubba University podcast. All right, it's about 9 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba join us in 1 hour from now. It's the Good Time Gang. We got Adler, we got Greg, we got Helmsy, I'm Speedy, and we're all here, and we thank you for joining us. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
We've got so much fun this hour, and I can't wait to get to it.
You.
Fun,
fun.
I'm excited.
I'm excited. If the printer was working, I'd be even more excited.
That's the only thing keeping us down.
That's the only downer. But we're gonna work through it.
I'm not even gonna think about it.
No, we're just gonna keep.
I'm just gonna work on it with a smile on my face.
Yes, sir.
How about that?
That printer's slapping you around.
It is.
Right
It's got me down in the wood pile, stomping on me. Huh?
It wouldn't have got nowhere.
I normally carry it.
I normally can't.
Oh my goodness. So how was y'all's day yesterday? Good. Everybody fine?
Yeah, it was all right.
Oh, really? That's it.
It was fine.
Huh? You've been showing us pictures of your grandbabies.
He's 1 month old today.
Wow.
That's a quick month. What shows you? Well, it's like Ellis
fly.
is 2 years old now. It's like when he was born, it seemed like yesterday.
Yeah.
And I was saying, I'm really that old grandpa son now. I tell you what, he's growing like a weed.
Right. So we just thought you might be in a good mood today. You've been showing us pictures of your grandkids.
He's topping the scales at 9 pounds 14 ounces right now. Putting the weight on.
I know we landed on baby Ellis. What about Pace? What did we ever decide on Pace?
What to call him? I don't know.
We got to figure that out.
I don't know. Of course, as Ellis gets older, I guess the baby thing will fall off.
It will.
I'll probably stick with it.
We'll probably still say it, and it'll get him mad. Then he'll fake sneeze and all that.
Yeah, he does that. the icebreaker.
Yeah.
That or he lays on the floor and hides his face.
Yeah.
And then kicks his feet.
All right, so I know Helmsy has a word that he wants to bring to us. We've also got
word of the day.
Today we'll have a little bit of fun with some audio too. You got
a new shirt. Just took it out of the bag.
That's not true, Greg.
It just looks like it.
Does it?
Yeah. You must.
I've had this for
looks
a
neat.
year.
Oh, we're going year now.
I have had this for over a year at least.
You've never worn it till today.
Well, look,
what are you talking about?
I don't know what time.
I wear this once a week.
Pace is a month old, so I have no idea what time is. So it might have been a year.
I can show you the transactions.
Okay, now we're showing. What are you showing? Receipts now? What if you did? You started.
Looks like it's been folded up in a bag.
Greg, I wear this once a week.
You must run that to the cleaners.
He's taking a sip of coffee. Everybody watch out.
Will you please pull up the picture of Pace again?
Yeah, just stare at it. Make you
just, a better
Or Adler could just show it anytime. Anytime he's acting up. We got all these NCAA conference tournaments that are going on right now.
I don't even know who's in it.
And in the ACC, I saw where Duke pulled out because of COVID tracing.
Oh, this isn't the big
Mississippi State sent Kentucky home, which was a big one just because of the name Kentucky, and they're out.
They're not out great this year,
of the
but
SEC
still,
tournament.
when you beat Kentucky, you celebrate.
Yeah. Well, this one here, and this might get on your nerves, okay?
Oh, listen, I heard you. Yeah, it's going to get on my nerves.
Okay. In one of yesterday's games, number 8 ranked Georgetown Hoyas upset top-seeded Villanova 72-71.
Bulldog is a mascot, isn't it?
You go deal with
I'm just wondering what a Hoya is.
Well, we're good. We're good.
All right, go ahead.
No, I mean, I think we've done this before. This shows how the show's declining in memory. Yeah. I think we've even broken down Hoyas, and we just absolutely can't remember.
All right, never mind.
So anyway, Georgetown beat Villanova 72-71. I said, now you're Googling Hoyas, and you're not even in the segment.
I'm listening.
So here is the excited moment from 106.7 The Fan, Washington, D.C. Sports Radio. He says, Hoyas, see if you can count. I have counted how many times he says Hoyas. Take a listen to this.
Dangles across the timeline, puts up a deep three, missed it. Hoyas win! 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 Hoyas win!
No way.
22 times.
That sounds like a loop.
22
Did you hear
times.
his voice going?
Yeah,
You got to
22
give him
times.
this, the breathing. How did he do that?
Well, he was excited, I
excited,
guess.
yeah.
He was excited 22 times. He says Hoyas win.
Wow.
Hoyas win. 106.7 The Fan.
When did you want him to stop?
Huh?
What number did you want
I
him to
thought
stop?
he might stop about 5.
I was thinking 5 or 6 would have been suffice.
Yeah, that's good for me.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
So you got because you got to let it breathe at some point. Like to hear a little bit of crowd.
I wonder at some point did he realize I need to stop, but I'm gonna keep going because
Hoyas win. Hoyas.
I don't know.
I do wish that was you. So
I
badly.
mean, you got to give him this. I mean, he never faded.
Hoyas win.
I mean,
Hoyas
it's just
win.
as strong.
Hoyas win.
Yeah, I think it sounds like somebody put it on loop and just playing it. No, what about his buddy with him? I bet he was looking at him like, are you ever going? I can't believe he did it that long. My goodness.
Got a fantastic Joe Buck story for y'all later.
Oh, here we
Or
go.
whenever you want it.
If Joe Buck,
Well, it's an
stopped-
announcer. You brought up the announcer, and I heard a podcast recently. It's so too. You talking about worlds colliding, just the perfect worlds colliding for me.
Yeah.
It was Colin Cowherd and Joe Buck sat down for about 45 minutes on a podcast, and it was excellent.
He loves it.
Also,
I bet he had to pull over.
we're just going to have a good time because we've also got some audio of Patrick Ewing yesterday. I don't know.
Can't wait to hear this.
I don't know if you heard this, but it was yesterday.
Former Hoya.
Yeah, it was. It was yesterday's audio of the day that was after the show. But as far as just the day goes, this was my favorite. He's frustrated because at MSG,
Did he not hear that the Hoyas win?
he keeps getting stopped throughout.
Hoya pulled over. Hoya pulled over.
He can't walk around without being stopped by security.
Well, they think he's not supposed to be there.
And he's frustrated.
They don't know who Patrick Ewing is.
And that's his frustration.
I feel his pain.
He claims everybody in the blank building needs to know who he is.
Now, didn't he coach there for a while too?
Oh, hi.
I think there may be a statue of him there
Gotta
for crying out loud.
Well, no,
I know there's posters.
He refers to some things.
I mean,
that's great.
In that, so it's a quick rant, but he's frustrated,
Can't
Patrick
wait.
Ewing, and I love that.
Hoya's a cheer, kind of like Hokies.
Okay, buddy.
Just for the record,
Are we going to remember it?
their
this
mascot is Jack the Bulldog.
time? Are we going to remember it this time?
No.
Okay, file that one away.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For you, Helmsy. I know how you like Double Dutch Bus.
I like that new shirt.
I would like to see you got a little bit you could zip up. I'd like to see it go just a little higher if you don't mind.
Watch.
All right, as we roll on back. Uh-oh, look at him.
Right now, hand.
As we roll on, we are the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Yep.
I'm Speedy alongside Greg, Helmsy, and Adler, the Good Time Gang, and we're just kind of breaking some things down. We just talked about Georgetown beating Villanova yesterday in the NCAA basketball regionals and stuff, or the conference tournaments, I should say.
Hoyas win.
Hoyas win. He said the guy said Hoyas win 22 times. 22. And staying with basketball.
Hoyas
win. So yesterday, I ran up on this. I saw a little notification come up, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is gold right here." Apparently, Patrick Ewing yesterday talked about everybody in the building is stopping him, and they should know who he is. He is continuously getting stopped by security at MSG. Okay. And here's a little bit of that. He's sitting here. He's at the table. He's, I guess, a presser of some kind, and he wants to make sure everybody understands how frustrated he truly, truly is. Take a listen.
I thought this was my building, and I feel terrible that I'm getting stopped, accosted, asking for passes. Everybody in this building should know who the hell I am. And I'm getting stopped. I can't move around this building. Like I was like, what the hell? Is this Madison Square Garden? I'm gonna have to call Mr. Dolan and say, geez, is my number in the rafters or what?
he's got his number.
Guys,
up
one of the very recognizable former New York
Let's
Knicks.
start with the fact that he's 7 foot.
Knicks.
Yeah, let's start there.
Again,
guys.
You're not going to confuse him with anybody else. That's a great point. Here comes 7-footer down the hall. That may be Patrick Ewing. I'm not sure. I better check his ID.
He said he can't walk anywhere. Look, I appreciate people doing their job.
His jersey's in there hanging on the rafters.
But let's have a little common sense here. Oh,
yeah, you're right. I mean, I get doing your job, but you can't tell me that you don't know who that is.
Been
in the Hall of Fame for forever.
Right. Very frustrated.
That is
very frustrated.
Not. That's funny.
Is my number in the rafters or what?
It's a great point.
Oh, that's just precious. He's so disgusted too. Anyway, he had a lot to celebrate as Georgetown beat Villanova in the quarterfinal round of the Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden.
Did the Hoyas win?
He was on the member of the '92 Dream Team. Y'all remember that?
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I
remember when he played for the Hoyas. I remember him with the Knicks.
Do you remember what year he was drafted #1 pick overall?
That would be.
Let's see how good you are. Here we go.
I'm looking at it, so I can't say anything.
89. 89.
A little over.
Yeah, that's still good.
You're in the 80s. Yeah, I mean, that's good. Close to it. 85.
85.
A good gander at it, Greg.
I thought 87. Then I thought. I knew it was the 80s.
I forgot he had that year or so with the Supersonics and that year with the Magic. Completely forgot about that.
And
that doesn't count.
And what
did he not coach? Is it New York?
Did. He coached a bunch.
He was recognized by the team for his achievements when the Knicks retired his number 33 jersey in 2003.
You want me to tell?
That's what he's saying. He's like, my number is in the rafters, and I'm getting stopped by security.
Yeah.
You want me to tell you my first memory of him at Georgetown? He was the first one I ever saw wear a T-shirt under his.
Oh, really?
He was the first one that I ever saw.
Yeah.
Because I remember thinking, why has he got a T-shirt on? Then people started doing it.
I know. I didn't know he was the starter of that.
In my mind, he was.
Yeah. So, I did that.
He, of course, it's funny after Ewing, after he expressed his displeasure with being stopped, they released a statement and basically said, "Hey, we love him. We all know, respect, and appreciate what he means to the Garden and New York. Good luck to him and the Hoyas." Basically saying, "Hey, we're sorry. Sorry about this. No disrespect.
Sorry about that. My bad.
Hoyas win.
Hoyas.
Very frustrated.
But I do want to say one thing though. I thought this was my building, and I feel terrible that I'm getting stopped, accosted, asking for passes. Everybody in this building should know who the hell I am.
as arrogant as that sound, he is correct.
He is.
He's earned that.
For some reason, I'm giving him a pass.
You're talking about where he played for years?
Yeah.
This would be like me walking in my house and somebody asking, why are you here?
Yeah.
Right.
Sir, can I have some ID? Who are you? It's the same thing. And you're right, Greg. It does sound awful arrogant, but I give him a pass on it.
I don't disagree with him at all.
Yeah, I do too.
Funny.
I do too. But yeah, I saw a little bit of the basketball. I have not given college basketball anything. I know around this time, March Madness and all this kind of stuff, it's a big deal. And yesterday I saw a little bit of the Mississippi State Kentucky game was on TV over there when I was doing
Dogs
a little bit
win,
better.
dogs win, dogs win.
So I saw a little bit of that, and then I saw where Duke pulled out, as we mentioned earlier, of the ACC tournament because of COVID. But that's really all I know.
I will start giving it a ton probably in the next week or so. When they
Are you going to fill out a bracket?
I don't know. I used probably won't go that far with it. Yeah, probably won't go that far with it.
We're going to do the Rick and Bubba bracket thing we always
here's
do?
what's funny is that is set up and evidently just auto renews.
Okay.
And because last year, 2 years ago, somebody sent me an email and was like, "Hey, do I get anything I won?" And I'm like, "Won what?" And they were like, "The Rick and Bubba bracket." And I'm like,
"We didn't even know?
We didn't do the Rick and Bubba bracket."
No wonder you won it. There was 4 people.
I gave them a consolation.
You didn't even know? My goodness.
I'm excited.
What are you doing?
So probably not.
Probably. Oh, okay.
Probably not.
There's no reason for me to fill one out because I don't know any of the teams. And who's
Well, most
good.
don't. They just guess.
Yeah.
How about the people that like guess it and they gets down to like 16, the Sweet 16?
How's your bracket look?
Yeah. Yeah, and then they're like, "Hey, I'm good," but then nobody ever gets it perfect.
Of course, according to Bubba, they get it perfect all the time. Remember that?
Wasn't that Warren Buffett's deal?
Yeah, he put like $1 million up or something.
You went million.
It was something like that.
By the way, Buffett's in the news today. I think came out with the richest people in the world again or something. I don't know. Boy, he's loaded.
Watched a documentary on him. Very interesting. Very conservative views when it comes to money.
Yeah.
Money, about it.
Yeah. That's why I said it the way I did. I mean, started off with nothing, guys. Wow. I mean, just, and the way he built everything.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
It really is.
Well, where do you put him compared to Joe Buck? and your people that you love?
I'd like to have lunch with both of them.
Okay.
Not at the same time, but I would like, but I'd like Colin Cowherd to be at both lunches.
You love old Colin.
Because Colin would ask good questions and I could just sit there. I wouldn't say a word.
You just kind of hang out.
Just sip on some coffee and enjoy it.
Yeah, I tell you what. He's real animated.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break.
The Joe Buck story I have, you're going to love.
Okay.
All right, and we got that and your word of the day coming up, so don't go anywhere.
I got a word I want to start using.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
When did you get that pullover? It looks new.
Did you just take it out of the bag?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg.
Hey, Mr.
As,
Allen.
we roll on back 25 minutes until top of there was one other one we came up on yesterday in Bank 9. I'll have to share that I forgot we had before top of the
You
hour.
like old Bank 9, don't you?
Who doesn't love Bank 9?
It's a good one. It is a good little.
We
you
love
can get off in it and find all kinds of things.
Oh, look at you. Huh?
I like.
I'm going to rub my thumbs
He
together.
played it yesterday. Wait, I'm rubbing that. And I like.
Good to see you, Greg.
I like George Clinton.
Yeah.
His drop.
Still haven't printed. But yeah, do what now?
I like the George Clinton drop. Dr.
Oh, yeah.
Frankenstein.
That was
They're
back.
giving up the phone. I like that one.
That's
That
not
was
bad. You don't know when that was
When?
put down? You don't remember? That was when we went to the Grammys in Los Angeles, and it was backstage at the Grammys, and he did that liner for us. He was very nice.
It was like they had press, had a bunch of people say that.
Yeah.
Didn't
like
you
little,
say
little radio row? Huh?
Didn't you say he had
Yeah, well, he not a smart move on his part. He had a hockey jersey on, and it was very hot, and
he got kicking.
maybe that him and two things that surprised me, and we're getting off on it here, but two things surprised me when it came to two celebrities that I was able to get liners from in person about their BO, him and Sting.
I've heard that Sting. I mean, he talks about he doesn't bathe.
He bathes. I think he just doesn't use deodorant.
Maybe that's it.
I think he takes a bath.
Well, he might as well not if he's going to smell like an onion patch.
I was very surprised by that.
You're like,
It kind of ruined the interview.
Yeah,
Kind of ruined the
it
moment.
would.
Yeah.
I imagine after like they come off stage after a show, I'll be like kicking.
All right, Helmsy, what you got? You got a word for us?
Besides a new shirt, what's happening?
Besides the printer,
It's
what
more
you
than
got?
2 years old, Greg. I get a word of the day, and most of the time I don't even bring it up, or even half the time I look at it and go, okay, I know that word, but I'm not smart enough to use it, that kind of thing. And so, but the word today, I've never seen this word, didn't know what this was. Maybe y'all do. I want us to start using this when we can.
You do.
You're okay.
Willowall.
Willow Wall.
Williwaw.
Willa, not willow.
It's
Willa.
a sudden,
like Willow.
listen,
Willow?
a sudden
That's Willow.
violent gust of cold land air common along the mountainous coast
Well, now
of
how-
high latitudes.
How are we going to get to
All
use
right, I
that?
got to be
A
honest.
sudden
I stopped-
violent wind.
Could you start over? I stopped listening. I got to be honest.
A violent commotion, also known as a violent commotion. So we can use, there's violent commotions in here all the time.
Violent gust of wind. Somebody
Thank you.
rips a bat.
Well, that's a willow wall.
Willow wall there.
That's it. Thank
Yep.
you. It's exactly where I was wanting you to
I
take
hate to
it.
tell you this, but we're going to use you in the
No,
sentence.
that's not true. Or you could sing it in the, what's that song, Wonderwall. You can just say Willow Wall. You're my Willow Wall. You don't know that song?
No.
Okay.
I do know the song, Greg.
I'm going to do that.
But
I like the face that comes with
Do
you
you like
singing.
it? Yeah, well, that's my face
You're
for that
my
song.
one and only. I know what song.
Baby.
Have y'all ever heard of the word Willowall?
Never.
I have not.
Never.
I like this word.
Is it kin to Caterwall?
No.
All right, if you hadn't looked at it,
Hey, that's a Willow Wall.
What would you think it meant?
right?
I don't know.
So if it's just a big old mess, it could be a Willow Wall too, right?
That's what it says. Big commotion, violent commotion.
Willowall?
Violent gust
I
of
got
wind,
another
violent
word for that.
If I was
commotion.
to
Cluster.
guess, it'd be something an insect builds. Oh, look at that!
That's a really good guess,
There's
by the
there's
way.
a willow wall.
I like
Built
that.
by a willow fly.
That's really good.
Call Cook's Pest Control. We got a willow wall.
Yeah, we got some willow
That's
walls
excellent.
everywhere.
Uh-huh.
I like that mindset. That's really good. Wish I'd have thought of that.
I don't know. It's just I don't know if it's that good, but
In
printer won't work.
1900, Captain Joshua Slocum described willow walls as compressed gales of wind.
Yeah.
So,
you do have willow walls.
The
every day.
gales.
I like
of
where you're
November.
taking it, though, Greg. I think that we can use willow wall in
Yeah,
this
'cause
studio.
We're never going to experience the mountainous.
We're
whatever.
not
No.
off the coast. We're not.
Nope.
But
Not happening.
things that are similar.
The only other thing I have, speaking of words, so
You're over there spouting off like a willow wall. Did you see how you like that? You see what I did there?
I like
I did.
it. I like
it's
it.
very good.
Sadly, we won't remember it, but it's good right now.
Okay.
Well, rarely do I look at a word and go, "Well, I'd like to enter that into my repertoire of words," and that's one of them. Mm-hmm. And I think we can really. I mean, Bubba, we can use it with Bubba a lot. I feel like
Adler's office. It looks like a willow wall came through here.
it does.
You know, stuff like that.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Adler. They're bringing you.
I was
in
just
again.
using an example.
He's nice.
My goodness. Will a willow wall come through here? I'm struggling with it.
Buddy, you need to calm down a little bit.
I got to work on it a little.
But I love how you closed your eyes to say it and you went,
I know, it got me.
And I know I'm going to get a lot of, ooh, he's your daddy, but I did hear a fantastic Joe Buck story.
Listen,
yesterday.
You do realize there's other people besides
share.
Joe Buck in the world.
I want y'all, this is right up y'all's alley.
He had a drinking story about Joe Buck. Now he's got one. What's he doing?
I didn't tell that on air.
Smoking pot? What's he doing?
No. Mm-hmm. So, and we've done this before.
If Colin Cowherd or Buck was in here, we'd be in trouble. He would run to him.
Guys, I don't listen to him that much. A guy sent me, one of the listeners sent me a text or email and said, hey, look, I know you like Cowherd and you like Joe Buck. How about them together? They did a podcast back in February.
Passed out.
And I thought, well, that's right up my alley. So I did listen to it. Yeah. Great story. And we would love.
Absolutely.
We've done this before. Word association where somebody goes,
hey,
work this word in to your speech or work this word in on air. And I'll bet you that you can't use this word. And that's what made me think of the story this morning when I saw this word. I thought, well, we'll try. I can either bet the guys to work this in today in the kickoff hour, or we can just have fun talking about it. And I chose the latter. Mm-hmm. But Joe Buck was talking about a story back, I guess, when he first started. And he said that, because Cowherd said, name something you did you don't do anymore, that kind of thing. And he said, I used to have buddies that would, send me the typical text message that read, hey, I bet you $50 you can't include this word into the broadcast.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
And he said, don't
try to like it because I've already.
But I can like it a little.
He said about the second inning, he received the text and he thought, okay, that's easy. I'll knock that out. He said, well, I forgot about it. He said, I looked up and we were getting about done with the eighth inning and I hadn't done this yet. And he said the word was octopus. And he said, I'm sitting here going, I completely forgot about this. I don't know how to do this. We only got a few more minutes of the broadcast left. And he said they ended the inning. He goes, well, he said, that's 2 runs on 4 hits. Cardinals lead 6-1. We'll head to the 9th. And how about that octopus? And that's how he took it to break. He said, I wasn't about to not collect the $50. He said, but it absolutely made no sense. There was not an octopus around at all. And he said, that's how I ended that particular segment. We went to commercial break.
We actually have the audio. Take a listen.
I was barred out on drugs, and I was driving, and I hit a pole, and I flew out the front window and landed on my head. That's why it's no good. Drinking and driving, or drugness and driving, no good, kids.
Y'all ruined a good story.
And every day, what I do daily, burn a stick. Obama's the president of y'all United States, and he smokes. Why can't I smoke me 1 blunt?
Why?
Half-head had to weigh in.
God, what in the world?
Well,
you'll just blister through the story, won't you?
Well, I'm
gonna
wait. What, so you don't want me to have audio of him and not play it?
The great half-head.
That's the wrong one. I'm sorry.
I hunted coons, 20 years with dogs and all that, and I ain't never seen nothing look like that right there. Coon don't make that noise, or a possum. What makes that noise? I guess chupacabra does. I don't know.
Either that or Willowall.
That is a pretty good story, though.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
it really is.
You'll be good. You'll be lucky to get that printer fixed about 7:30 today.
When Joe Buck and Cowherd are talking, I bet he's leaning in to whatever he's listening to it on. He's got a grin on his face. Got that new shirt on.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Did you hear the time that he was challenged to sing on air? Huh?
I didn't hear that one. You got my Buck?
You want it?
Yeah, go with it.
Walking by city where we'll never die.
His friends had bet him $50 that he wouldn't sing Looking for a City. He did it in the 5th inning. Yeah. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
Remember that?
Yeah. I do remember the time a word of the broadcast was line. Do you remember line?
I do.
Oh, I heard about the lion. There was a lion. So I just started growling like a lion.
We've taken. That reminds me, I watched the first episode of Last Chance U. It's basketball this time instead of football. This just came out.
I'll let Speedy talk. I don't really know what to say at this point in the segment.
I love how you look at us like I got something.
Well, no, they reminded me because of the line.
I'm waiting on him to play another one based off anything that we say.
I do love on the back to the buck deal is that he's forgot, so he's just going to go ahead and say it. And hey, what about that octopus?
You don't have to make up for it. It's too late now. You've completely ruined it. So there's no sense
I mean, you didn't even let Helms finish saying it.
I didn't
and
really.
You had audio.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Helms gave it one chuckle. And then he went.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the other one?
That new shirt smelled.
Did you hear about the other word he had?
See, he always goes too far.
I know.
He should have stopped about 3 ago. But
You could have let it breathe. Yeah. You could have let us talk about it a minute.
Well, I had the audio, and I'm like,
gracious. It was early in the segment.
I thought it would, add to the story. Don't you think the audio?
I think it did. Anytime you have audio,
right? It's like with Patrick Ewing. If we just said he was upset, that'd be one thing. But we played the audio of him being upset.
That's right.
I'll bring something else in here about May.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. Hey,
another Joe Buck story.
Did you float a willow wall?
Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. And look at here, Greg. This portion of the show brought to you by HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You love your mattress.
I do. I got king-size Helix. Send in my questionnaire on how you sleep.
Yeah.
You like a hard mattress, soft, all this stuff, and they pick the one perfect for you. And it is. It sleeps really good. In fact, I normally wake up a lot in the middle of the night, but I seem to be sleeping straight through.
Really?
I didn't realize my other mattress was that bad. But
how about it's an all American made mattress too?
It is.
And as Greg just said, they have soft, medium, or firm mattresses that will keep you cool even if you sleep hot. I woke up hot last night. I mean, I was just
wow.
I was just sleeping. I don't know what I was
Quit
sleeping.
bragging.
No, I was sleeping and woke up in a sweat.
tamale.
I don't know what happened. Anyway, they even have Helix Plus mattresses if you need some that might be a little bit bigger to sleep well. They are
really?
They were just named the #1 best overall mattress picked by GQ and Wired magazine. So check them out right now at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Helix is HELIX. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You'll save $200 when you do. Plus, you'll get a 10-year warranty and 100-day free trial. So check them out at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. It'll ship right to your door, and you'll save that $200, and you've got that 100-day free trial and that 10-year warranty as well. Nothing to lose. HelixSleep.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Helix. All right, so we're rolling back. We got this segment here, and then top of the hour, and then Rick and Bubba join us for the main show.
Helms has got more on Joe Buck.
He does. Yesterday, we recorded Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and this week, you, the audience, are our guests. And that was a lot of fun, a lot of memories, and a lot of great moments from Rick and Bubba history. So make sure that you're tuning in or watching that this weekend, and set your notifications, and make sure you like as well on our podcast. So there's things out there today, but I know I kind of train wrecked your Buck story. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that?
I'm dialed into this printer now.
Yeah,
Colin Cowherd, you got any on him?
No.
More info?
No, nothing.
How's that blood clot he had? They reported.
I think he's fine.
Yeah, I don't watch him as much as I used to. Listen to him. I'm just the guy, and I don't. You know, I was listening to Buck's podcast that he had, and it's so the language is so horrible in it. Him and Oliver Hudson that I can't listen to it. So I thought, well, the Cowherd Buck thing, I could actually listen to both. Won't have to deal with that, and it was good. So he actually had another one with Mark Cuban, Cowherd, that was really good.
Yeah.
And I don't look Cuban and I. All these guys, politically, we would probably line up just completely on different ends of the spectrum. But I'd enjoy talking to these guys and hanging out with them and talking about sports. And
there was a time when you could do that and go, "Hey, politically, we don't really agree, but we don't have to hate each other."
Now you do have to.
Now they'll cancel you.
Well, and Buck talked about that. He talked about how he's off social media now and he doesn't deal with it. He said, "Look, I just go home and talk to my wife." He said, "Ain't worth it." He said, "I mean, it's ridiculous."
People have taken a good thing and ruined it.
But here are two guys that are at the top of their business. They're at the top of their craft. They are the best in the business at what they do. And so to have them be communicators of different things, one being sporting events. I mean, guys, when Joe Buck's calling it, there's something important going on in sports. You don't just run Joe Buck out there for a 2:00 Angels-A's game.
I
in
want
the
to
middle
ask
of the season.
Joe Buck, what do you think of Tony Romo? That would be my question.
That would be a really good.
Hey,
Greg, that would be a really good question. By the way, I would like to know that as well.
Because right now, he's the highest paid and the hottest commodity.
Yeah.
And he drives me crazy.
Yeah, thanks for sending this over. Is that what you wanted now? The audio of it?
Didn't you have some of Romo?
There we go.
They're all my buddies.
It's a good choice for him, by the way.
He's on fire.
All doing it together.
Okay. That's what it was. That's all. I'd like Buck to hear that.
And two, I don't know why I continue to even try this, but Cowherd started off wanting to be a baseball announcer.
Here we go.
And so to him talk about how he didn't break into that, and he's doing what he's doing now, and that Joe Buck considers himself the luckiest guy alive, and he's got a book that he doesn't say.
It's called that.
Well, it's
his whole life story.
Are your eyes filling up with tears?
Huh?
Talking about him?
He loves Joe.
It looked like you were getting a little emotional.
Guys, he is the voice of sports for my generation, period. I mean, And he talked about, and you love this, he talked about him and Troy. It took them a little longer to. Well, they do that, by the way.
They just knocked the heads off.
He said that they always have a drink sitting in front of them that they sip on, an alcoholic beverage, to remind them that, hey, they're just calling a game. This is, I think the reference he used was, we are not refueling an F-16 in midair. We're calling a ball game.
There you go. So let's drink to that.
Right. So let's just kind of sit here and have fun.
Yeah.
He said it did take him and Troy longer to get the chemistry. He said him and Smoltz was pretty quick.
Yeah.
He said it didn't take as long to develop.
Do you remember Buck's one of his most famous calls late in the game with Smoltz?
Here we go.
Do you remember that? Say, you don't?
I don't.
Oh, okay. I have it.
Do you have the audio?
Yeah, I do. Do you want to hear it? Or
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Fired up.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono.
I'd rather see a dog eat her puppy.
That's one of his most famous ones.
It is.
Race that. I'll get canceled.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Daylight savings time this weekend.
Oh, boy. Great.
So as you go to sleep,
all out.
and you don't have to stay up till 2 a.m. I know you do.
I set an alarm.
Right.
So I can go change it.
Just do it before you go to bed, okay?
Yeah.
You don't have to
people
keep
are going to
doing
lose.
that.
I love the people that are going to lose an hour for the rest of the year until it changes back.
Right.
But
It's
one
always
night.
a handle. For a day or two, we feel a little weird.
I
but
refuse to let it affect me.
Right.
I ignore it.
You'd be like, wow, what's going on here? It should be dark, But anyway, yeah.
Long days, though. You love that.
Well,
Yeah.
and to y'all's point, I will be involved with something on Sunday that has to do with scheduling and certain times.
Will you wear that pullover?
And somebody's somebody's not going to show up. They're not.
Right.
They're
Well,
going to be.
that happens every
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
so this going to cause a big handle.
Right. Did you know? Well, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Okay.
I need to know when to stop. There
Well,
it is.
but you think it's now?
Yeah.
You don't
Can
think
we,
it was
though?
like 10 minutes
Right,
ago?
right.
Can we let it go, though, about the time?
I wish we
Yeah,
would.
yeah.
I mean, I get it. We've made some great points, but we've made them.
This is Buck talking about time change.
Well, I just had got done feeding my chickens.
Oh, no, that's not it. I'm sorry.
I wish you'd
Well,
let
the time
that
messed
roll.
them up. Oh, that was really good.
All right.
Of course, we have audio.
I think I'm just going to go on back to the house.
Well, I
See
mean,
y'all Monday.
I appreciate you bringing that to the table because we wouldn't have been able to hear him all hour. It is pretty cool. I love behind the
Daddy
scenes stuff.
Buck.
What is he?
Daddy Buck.
I like how you look up when you do it.
Daddy Buck.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Much to do. Going forward on the program, this hour starts with the national anthem. Bubba Show. If you are catching us live, it is the Friday edition. As we prepare you for another weekend and another tampering with the clock, we got that coming up the weekend. This weekend as the madness continues. And we'll break down the latest stories of the day, things that happened since the last time we were together. We'll look around the world. We'll look in our country. We'll look within the show. We'll take your phone calls. We'll see what's on your mind at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. All here in the mix today. And across the way, there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice. Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! How about it, Bubba?
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
I'm feeling. Love the simplicity of that. What do you want to call this thing? How about the band? You gotta love that.
Keep it simple, baby.
For some reason, I have just always laughed at the lyric. He asked the guy if he knows a place he could get some sleep, and just says no, and just keeps on moving.
No, it was all he said.
I can't help you, buddy. I'll just keep on rolling.
That'll be a no.
All right, so and for some reason, it's not sounding as good on this as it did, and there was something happening on my phone, and it's in my head that's messed up. But anyway, it sounds tinny to me now. I had full for a while, and I messed with something on my phone. I think I messed up.
No, Rick, not that.
Yeah, now when I play music off this, it doesn't sound full to me. But anyway,
we're gonna look at that.
Well, I asked Hams about it. He said he didn't know. I got to messing with the airdrop thing, and I didn't mean to. I was trying to send something to Sherry
and forward a song to her, and I hit the wrong thing. And now,
there you go.
And now in my mind, it doesn't sound right.
Have you rebooted?
Yeah, I've done all that. Yeah, I know, doggone it. And it's probably in my head. It's just the fact that I thought it might mess it up. Now in my mind, it has. Did that sound different to y'all a little bit if you really listen?
No,
Not near as full.
The music, no,
Yeah.
it sounded fine to me.
It's in my head. It's in your head. Yeah, I hope it is. Because
you think it sounds high, tinny?
no, it sounds. Here, let me tell you what. Let me tell you the whole story. You want me to just unpack it for you? And it's in my head. Okay. So if you look down if you're doing doing the Apple Music, which is a great service, and so I have that, and like say you pull up a song, you see down here where the airdrop thing is.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to forward a song to Sherry, and I accidentally hit the airdrop. Well, it comes up, and then the check mark went to headphones. And I started thinking, well, was that not the setting that what is that going to affect everything now that it's moving to some sort of headphone setting? And then I noticed it also offers a setting for, the lobby here. What do you want me to do here? Mm-hmm. And so the fact that it got on headphones in my mind now, it's how how when we first started doing things we'd use a headphones jack versus and then as things got better, and in my mind, that's affected the way it sounds. And I know that probably has nothing to do with it. But in my mind now it sounds different. Or something maybe, I don't know.
With you have it plugged in like that, it seems like it would be in headphone mode.
That's what I thought. But for some reason, I went from when I first left CDs and went to this, I was like, this doesn't sound as good. Then it started sounding really good to me because I thought it all improved, the way we do it improved. Right. And now it's back to sounding like it's inferior to the CD again.
It may be the song.
Well, I've played that song a ton of times.
I want to look at something.
Yeah,
right too.
You can change the EQ on that too. I wonder if that's
maybe something's happened. It's guys, I'm telling you, it's probably just all in my head. If I'd have never known that happened, if I'd have never seen that and thought, oh, man, I'm messing this up. And I got to trying to forward that song, and I felt like I tampered with my Apple Music, and I messed it up. But I don't know.
Well, you're not the only one that's happy with their music today. I guess you heard the Weeknd is now going to boycott the Grammys.
Yeah,
I have not
After
heard
getting
that.
snubbed.
How about this? Wow. You'll be shocked to know I did not know that.
Did you know this?
Well, what are we going to do?
I don't know.
This is pretty impressive. His song, it's "Blinding Lights," has been in the top 10 for an entire calendar year, and that has never happened before in the history of the Billboard 100.
Well, here's what I'd say to the Weeknd, and I couldn't care less about the Weeknd, but if I could say something to the Weeknd, there is a list a mile long of snubbed artists that are considered some of the most creative of all time.
Who've never been nominated.
That the Grammys never gave them anything. You don't look at that as being any kind of sign of success.
Well, I think when you have a record-setting song like that, and it doesn't get the accolades that he thinks it should, and they have a secret committee, so he's told his record company to no longer send any of his music for consideration.
Well, that'll show him. How about this? At what point will we say that the secret Grammy Society is racist?
Here's what you don't get.
Now that'll be a tough sell, but I'm talking about is that coming at some point?
It's secret, Rick.
The Grammys have also been one of those that if you are real popular in the pop shallow world, it's almost like you're not artsy enough.
Correct.
He could fall under that just because he's on that chart, the pop chart.
A lot of successful artists that have been snubbed by the Grammys.
Yeah,
Grammys.
Remember, the American Music Awards usually was more for that type, and the Grammys were these people that sold not very many records, but the critics thought they were one.
Bubba, they're always giving a Grammy to some album none of us want to listen to.
I'm backing the Weeknd here because we've got 27 best of comedy albums. We never won anything either.
That's right. You know how it feels.
We ain't gonna win, and that's exactly. Well, and
Rick, do you remember the year? And I'm sorry, people are gonna hate me for this. That Johnny Cash, he died, and he'd put out a record. And it was weird, and he won every Grammy there was.
No, you're right.
I mean, come on.
Well, Greg, my favorite is the time that
it was an emotional pick. It wasn't justified.
Well, my all-time favorite, and I know you've forgotten about it, is they started getting pressure that certain genres of music were being left out.
Right.
And so they went with heavy metal.
Oh, yeah.
And they gave it to Jethro Tull.
They didn't even realize what heavy metal was. I remember that. Everybody was like, what?
They gave the heavy metal Grammy to a band that has a flute in it.
Yeah. and hadn't been relevant in a long time.
If you want to give a classic rock Grammy to Jethro Tull, I get
there you go.
But it's not heavy metal. 15 minutes past, more of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. So this Weeknd guy?
That is the Weeknd with Blinding Lights. Wow. An entire year in the top 10.
My question is why?
I think that says more about the top 10 than about this song.
You don't like the little change right there?
No, this
song's everything I hate about me.
Yeah, it's a long way from Burgess land. It's a
what?
Yeah, that's just. I mean, everybody has different tastes. It's just not my thing.
But when you think about the history of music, that song has stayed in the top 10 longer than any other song. That's incredible.
But says a lot. Yeah. I can give you a list of all kinds of things that are popular now that speak more to the times than. But I mean, look, good for him. And now he knows how it feels to be popular but be snubbed by the people in the biz who think you're not up to snuff. I know.
Do y'all think that it was?
I know how that feels. Huh?
Do y'all think it was maybe because of COVID and less music labels were wanting to put music out? I don't know the numbers on that at all. It's just a thought.
I don't know. I mean, he was also
pandemic changed a lot of stuff.
He was a Super Bowl. He was a Super Bowl entertainer too. So
that was pretty bad too.
You've had a big year when you get to do that. I mean, no matter how the performance goes. Mm-hmm. I mean, they don't go out and get somebody that's a B level.
Oh, look,
most of the time.
Yeah, this is no more complicated than people have different tastes. This is a very successful artist, and he has a huge audience. And the Grammy people, did their thing. They've been doing this as long as they've been around.
Oh, I know.
Snubbing people that are popular.
Well, and that's the thing. Him and a lot of other artists have called for more transparency and who's actually making these decisions, because it's, it's a secret group. I don't have a problem being it's secret ballot, but a secret group, I mean, you don't know if it's 2 or 2,000 people doing it.
Well, I actually heard that it's QAnon. Now that could be wrong.
Yep, that's it.
But let me tell you something that you have forgotten about. You're
talking about the same nation that elected Joe Biden.
Correct.
That's what you were referring to.
Yeah, what I'm saying is just be real careful looking at anything right now in the state of our nation, because just because our nation likes it doesn't say anything necessarily good about it.
I will say this: the big pork bill that went through that was supposed to be helping us with COVID, and less than 10% went to that.
Right.
Their justification, and I've heard the news media and I've heard the administration say, well, polling says 70% of Americans approve of this and want this and like this, and I went, really? The fact that you're sending them free money, they like that? How about this? Let's take a poll to see who wants to do away with income tax. 99% have said I'm good with that.
Right.
That's amazing. How does that happen, Rick?
That's back in the time that when we were doing a bunch of.
Hey, let's give every new 16-year-old a convertible sports car. Well, looky there, 100% says that's a great idea.
Yeah, we learned that back on what we call the great free T-shirt analogy.
Oh,
we took a vote of the folks here at the car lot remote, and 100% of them said they'd like a free T-shirt. So it's it's weird, but I was back to this thing of talking about the Weeknd and us and all that, and not the literal Weeknd, the artist, the Weeknd. So we were, how when we've had so many things, we've been here so long, and Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend is us just taking calls from folks that have been listening to the show for many, many years,
reminiscing
about their most memorable moments or their favorite moments, and then Bubba and I put a few comments on it here or there. So enjoy that; it'll be fun this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So we were when we've been around so long, there's all kinds of different pictures of us at different times that'll show up, and we've had bios here and there. And so you really never kind of know. So usually when I'm going to speak somewhere, they go out and if they're going to do, hey, our speaker tonight or whatever, they'll go grab a bio here, a bio there. And sometimes you don't know where they came from or where they found it. You try to keep it updated as best you can. And then all of a sudden a picture will come out of nowhere that you hadn't used in years. You're like, where in the world did that picture come from? But anyway, so what was funny, and I can't remember where I was, but you know how you're sitting there and you're kind of sitting down, you kind of know the part about getting up there, and you're kind of looking at the last minute before you step up there. And the guy who was introducing me all of a sudden added in the bio also had a top 10 Billboard charting comedy CD. Do you remember that? That we had a CD that went on the Billboard chart? Now, I don't know how they do the charts now and how this, because we sell more digital downloads now than we do hard copies now, and we don't even do retail at all. So that was back when we were doing all that, and I think it was Radio Gold, was it? Did I remember that right?
Let me look here and see.
So didn't we? So we did have one charting comedy CD,
a little bit, yeah.
On Billboard's whatever, and but it was funny that made its way into a bio. I was like, where did he find that? I don't think that's in the bio that we have anymore. But anyway, it's. Because that was one back there.
Yeah, it was.
I think it was Radio Gold that got on the Billboard comedy chart. I'm pretty sure that was it. But but that was, if you don't have scans and stuff now, I don't even know how they do all that.
Right.
But I had not heard that listed in a long time. Because you think that over times you have stuff about the books that we did, and then when we did the Iggy and Ziggy thing, and there's just been so many things throughout the history, and every now and then they'll rise back up again.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and I didn't remember that, but I think it was Radio Gold, and I don't, because I remember we started talking about it on the air, and there used to be a way you could kind of keep those numbers,
right?
And they had a chart, but Bubba, you remember the day? You remember the time we were trying to figure out how you end up on digital download charts and stuff now, and trying to figure out how that's done.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
It used to be pretty simple. I mean, you sold records, you sold CDs, they scanned them at the retail stores, and if you had certain numbers, you'd get on certain charts. But now it's a hard to follow animal.
I'm looking through bios here. I don't see it now, Rick.
Yeah, I remember it used to be in our bio.
It got to number 9. I can
Yeah,
remember
that's what it was. How about this?
Find it here.
If we were playing, if we had the Calitrin bottles out and we went all in, I would go all in on the Radio Gold.
So that's the one.
I think that was it. Now that doesn't mean that it's better than the others. It's just it came out during a time when we were in retail. You can do it here with whatever, and it all kind of, you know how you have that perfect storm kind of come together.
Right.
And so that's how that worked. They even changed the way you get on the New York Times best-selling list because it was so easy to manipulate. You know, they've changed that now.
Yeah.
It's a whole different formula now. So remember, when you see people, it's kind of like trying to gauge eras of athletes when rules change and stuff like that. You can't really do apples to apples. You have to almost just say this person did well in their era. Because the way we tabulate things changes over time. Rules of sports change. A lot changes. You can't really compare apples to apples. Like to say Radio Gold, that must have been the most popular CD y'all ever had. Not necessarily. It just happened. It was able to pull that off during that time. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIGGER number. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so Relief Factor, and I'll tell you, I'm so glad this walked into our world. ReliefFactor.com, you go there, 100% natural research-based formula created to help combat the root causes of inflammation. That's the body's natural inflammatory response function, and that's what causes the aches and pains. I know that was kind of a mouthful, but that's what does it. It could be from exercise, overexertion, just simple aging, like Bubba and I talked about, when you know you're getting older, when you get injured sleeping. It could be everyday living. Whatever the case, we all have aches and pains in our life, and there's ways to go about it, but most of the stuff that is designed for pain management, none of it is designed to be part of your daily life because of the side effects. The over-the-counter stuff, but all of the pain relief stuff, they have side effects if they're overused. They're not designed to be used every day. Should I even get into opioids and the addiction problems with that? So with Relief Factor, this is all natural. These are 4 botanical ingredients in fish oil, trusted by thousands in our audience. I mean, over 70% of the people that get the starter pack say, I see so much good from this, and I get results that they start ordering it as part of their daily routine. I take it every day. I take 2 packs a day for just normal maintenance, and if I got something bother me, I'll put in a third one. So $19.95 gets you a 3-week trial pack, and inside that 3-week time period, you ought to be able to tell whether this is going to make a difference with your pain. And if it does, you keep ordering it. If not, you realize, well, I got to cross that off the list, and I hope that doesn't happen. But anyway, ReliefFactor.com, or also you can find the link easy by going to rickandbubba.com and simply looking under the sponsors button. So we have a couple things to talk about. I know that yesterday we had President Biden.
Where did he go?
Where did he go?
Where did he go?
Where did he go?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
All right, so I didn't watch this yesterday or listen to it. No, number one, I don't have secondhand embarrassment, but I think I just have discomfort watching the president, because I know that he's going to struggle. I have a hard time if I'm watching someone speak, either that's a low talker, if I have to lean in to try to hear what they're saying. God forbid the person that stands up to speak at something and holds the microphone around their waist. You ever seen this guy?
He won't get up in the mic.
Or this woman,
especially when he doesn't talk very loud.
Right, and he's a low talker, and you would think that microphone's got poison on it. Yeah. He won't put it anywhere near, and but then people that and I know we can be this way sometimes. People that don't seem to have the ability to land the plane, and so I know they had been practicing, and I do believe, I'm not a doctor, but I have been around this with family members in the aging process. We all have. If not, you will, sadly, if your parents or family members live long enough. When they start, if you get in the stages of dementia, Alzheimer's, this kind of stuff, there's no doubt that in my opinion, that Biden is in the early stages of this. And my goodness, he's 71.
Oh, really?
I mean, he's 70.
He was older the day he was sworn in than Ronald Reagan was when he left.
Yeah, and I know some people that stay sharp to their 90-something, and then others that don't. But anyway, so I didn't want to watch it because I knew it would make me uncomfortable, and I also knew what was going to happen. I know we'd like to think that there was a possibility that the president would get up there and say, look, when it comes to the pandemic, we're all in this together. We're all working. Let me
build unity, Rick?
Yeah, let me build unity. How about this? Let me talk about the job that everybody did trying to make this happen. This is a bipartisan issue, and I'm just going to update you and give you the good news on where we are. I knew that wasn't going to happen. I knew that his administration would take credit as if nothing was done before they got here, and that thanks to them,
you mean like a vaccine ready to go,
right? And thanks to the election of Biden, we're all going to live instead of all of us die.
Right.
And so I know that's oversimplifying it, but I'm going to bet it landed somewhere around there. Well, Mark Levin's lost his mind. I mean, watching Mark Levin over the years, I just enjoy his attitude so much, and the fact that he's one of these people that even in anger he can be upset but still retain his clarity.
Yeah.
You know, when he's making his points. You know, sometimes you get stirred up and you get to chasing rabbits and you can't get. You just so mad.
Can't make your point.
No matter how mad he is, his clarity never wavers.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he's a guy that when he's mad at you, he comes in and he pinpoints why he's mad at you, and he just goes right after it.
And you got it.
So
he starts here. Hannity pitches to him, and he's not real happy on the direction that Hannity's taken on the show. And he's having fun with Hannity.
Am I getting a double whammy on
then,
this?
Yeah, and then he cranks up. And so this is last night on Hannity on Fox News.
All right, here we go.
Let me just say this. I'm very troubled by the direction of your program here, first of all.
Glasses
and
off.
the way you're treating Joe Biden. You know, I used to think Joe Biden was a doddering fool. He couldn't tell his sister from his wife, and he didn't know the name of the Secretary of Defense. And there you are with Peter Doocy mocking him for not having press conferences. Now I know why he doesn't have press conferences. He's busy inventing the viruses and figuring out how to distribute them. In 7 weeks' time, this man will have killed the virus. Joe Biden, 50 years in the Senate, not one profound thing. Joe Biden, who had to cheat his way through law school. Joe Biden, who was plagiarizing from people even as a senator. And little did we know, he's not a doddering old fool, an egomaniac and a narcissist taking credit for the work of Donald Trump and all these other people. He has been working like no president in American history. He is the modern day Jonas Salk. He's Thomas Edison. He is, we've never had a president like this. He's fantastic. Let me tell you something about this guy, Biden. He's a liar. He's a plagiarist. Since he's been in high school. And I want to give you the facts, the American people.
He's ramping up.
As for Cuomo, he needs to resign. Everybody knows what he is and what he's done. And that last woman, number 6, she's accusing him, just to remind America, of exactly what Tara Reid accused Joe Biden of. And notice Joe Biden, no responsibility for Joe Biden whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, Pfizer was contracted by the Trump administration last summer to produce 100 million doses of a vaccine that hadn't been approved yet. Moderna was contracted to produce 100 million doses of a vaccine that they didn't have yet. Johnson & Johnson, 100 million doses. AstraZeneca, 300 million doses. Novavax, 100 million doses. GlaxoSmithKline, 100 million doses. The Trump administration last summer, before we had a vaccine, just in case one of these would work, contracted and paid for 800 million doses to cover 400 million people. On December 23rd, when only Pfizer and Moderna had received emergency authorizations, the Trump administration went in and they ordered another 200 million vaccinations. Where do you think these vaccines are coming from? You think they're coming from Joe Biden in the basement? They didn't have any idea what the hell was going on. In terms of the distribution process, Trump brought in the Defense Department and HHS and other experts. This distribution process that they're using now through the states, through pharmaceutical companies, through Walmart and everything, that was the brainchild of the Trump administration in Operation Warp Speed. So January comes along. Then Johnson & Johnson, working all through Warp Speed, they have a one-shot vaccine. And what happens? They don't have the capacity to make enough of them. So they start on their own talking to Merck. And they've done this throughout. These companies have been sharing their science. They didn't need Joe Biden. They've been sharing their information. And now they're sharing their assembly lines to get this stuff done. Why? Because the private sector is patriotic. Because people working hard in the private sector did this. Not 7 weeks of Mr. Is that my sister? Is that my wife? And so what happened? So they quickly ordered more of the Johnson & Johnson vaccines. In the end, before Donald Trump left office, he had contracted for enough approved vaccines to inoculate 550 million people. It takes time to ramp up. You got to have the channels of production. You got to have the material. You're competing overseas with other companies in other countries. The idea, this speech that Joe Biden gave is the most disgusting, propagandistic speech that a demagogue, even a politician, has ever given. It is pathetic. And you'll notice he and his spokesperson, Psaki, never tell us exactly what they've done and exactly who's done it that is so different from the Trump administration. This is so appalling. This man has exploited this pandemic like no politician has ever exploited a pandemic. When he's sitting in his basement eating his oatmeal that's dripping on his loafers, what does he do? He accuses President Trump of killing hundreds of thousands of people. When it's Trump who gets the testing done, when it's Trump who's getting the ventilators and the respirators, when it's Trump who's getting the PPE, when it's Trump who's bailing out fools like Cuomo with hospital beds and so forth and so on. The Democrat Party has been a disaster. The Democrat governors have destroyed their economies. People can't get out of their states fast enough to go to Republican states. This is a disgrace what Joe Biden did. And by the way, he says it's a war on the virus. Well, who started the war? Communist China, his friends. What did he say about Communist China today? Not a damn thing.
Boom. Yep, there's Mr. Levin weighing in. You see, his clarity never wavers, no matter how mad he gets.
Oh, man. Oh, my God.
I love listening to him.
I know. I just like to just ride around with him and just
Let him rant.
Say, Levin, what do you think about that? Just throw up different topics. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be available to you this weekend. We talked to you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you got on yesterday, you're like, hey, I'm going to listen this week and listen to myself talk to Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
Where you go back and you give us some of your favorite moments in the last 27 years, and we talk about those and unpack those. I think you'll enjoy that. Hey, think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs at the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. If you want to be there tonight for a Man Church and kickoff of the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com at Westview Baptist Church in Opp, Alabama, the land of 107.7. They have some room, I think. It's free. There's no charge for that at all. But you need to register, or if you come to the door tonight, I think we'll probably be okay. But don't hold me to that. Go ahead and fill out what they need you to. You can find that at rickandbubba.com right there under events. Just look for today, March 12th. You'll see that information. Same thing's happening next week, McGee, Mississippi, on the 25th of March. That's also Man Church and kicking off the strategy. And then the 27th, we're going to have a Brotherhood Low Country Boil and kind of a tailgate set up in Lindale, Georgia. They've had such a hard time getting this kicked off because of the pandemic, but this is going to work. So Lindale, Georgia, First Baptist Church there on the 27th. Find all that at upcoming events at rickandbubba.com. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. All right, so I know that when it comes to either springing forward and falling back, and I can become very Mark Levin-like. But I want to concentrate more now because we've talked about the disdain for it, the lunacy of it. I think we've done that. But now there seems to be a movement to because you've heard me talk about this before. I cannot stand to go to meetings that nothing's ever done. I don't like being on boards that talk a lot but never do anything. I'm for, we got the problem, let's try to solve it. Bubba, we tried to years ago. We were way ahead of our time. What did we call our movement when we tried to get our state to stop changing?
It's time for a change.
It's time for a change.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. And so there's something.
The time is now.
It's time for a change. Quit changing our time.
That's it. And I think now there's something called hashtag lock the clock.
Lock the clock.
And there's senators that are trying to move on this.
Yeah, Mark Rubio, Rick Scott, and 6 other U.S. senators reintroduced the Sunshine Protection Act on Tuesday, a bill that would make daylight savings time permanent across the country. Daylight savings time begins this Sunday, March the 14th, and lasts until Sunday, November the 7th. It requires most of the country to spring their clocks forward 1 hour, extending the amount of daylight at the end of each day. Florida enacted year-round daylight savings time in 2018, but for the change to apply, a change has to take place in the federal statute. The call to end the antiquated practice of clock changing is gaining momentum throughout the nation, said Rubio. Studies have shown many benefits for a year-round daylight savings time, which is why the Florida legislature voted to make it permanent in 2018. And Rick, he's right. There's study after study, and this is the one that hurts because you lose an hour. And Monday, as a matter of fact, and we'll try to pull up some data on it, but I know from years gone by, it's the day where we have more problems. There's more heart issues. There's more car wrecks. Everything is screwed up next week. I know my stomach doesn't like the change.
Yeah, it's just not needed.
The dogs don't like it. The babies don't like it.
The bottom line is this: all that aside, it's not necessary. For instance, yesterday I spent time, at the farm and did some fishing. So back during when I tried to start fishing back in February, when I was thinking, hey, I'll try, and sometimes that's a little early with how cold it was. I didn't have as much fishing time. Now nobody's touched the clock yet. Okay. It started getting dark about 4:40, 4:45. Well, see, yesterday nobody's touched the clock. Nobody's even gone to a clock and even acknowledged the clock. Yesterday I fished till about 6:15, 6:20. It started getting dark. Now that's because, let me tell all of you why that is. That's because the seasons, there's more daylight. The days are shorter in the fall and winter than they are in the spring and summer. That happens if we do nothing.
Because we're in the northern hemisphere.
But if we do nothing, okay? So I agree if we're going to stay on one or the other. I'm fine because of the fall and winter process that we go through, being this far east. I'm fine with going to daylight savings time and just staying. That's fine. But I'm okay with staying on either one of them. I really don't care, and let me tell you why. Because I get shorter days in the fall and winter, and I get longer days in the spring and summer. No matter what we do, we just need to stop.
Yeah, I like one time, and I do like the daylight savings time because when you look at the time that people get off versus when it goes dark, and why is that important? It's because, Rick, they get out and do things and spend money, and that causes tax dollars to go up, and it causes everything to go up. So when we encourage people to get out and do things, it's good for everybody.
Yeah, but I know, and Rick, don't do this. I know this. What I'm about to say sounds insane, but look at all the other things that are happening. With the people, they're devolving. The people, we're not as sharp as the people before us. It seems there's people that I think this process somehow produces more light.
Well, here's the thing.
But I think they think that. All we're doing, as I've said 1,000 times,
is shifting our schedule.
We're renaming it. We can call the light whatever we want to call it, but we do not create the length of days. We have nothing to do with that. It's just what we call it, how we schedule it.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with anything but this. Time you get off in the afternoon versus time the sun sets. That we're making better use of that time.
But you know what else you could do? You could just change the when you get to work, when you leave, anytime.
Yeah. The problem is, the morning time for many of us is throwaway because you can't get out and do a lot of activities before you go to work. So you're basically throwing that on the end of the day, which I'm all right with.
But you could just back up and start work earlier.
Well, but you're not going to get everybody to do that.
Right. But what I'm saying is you're not the Earth's relation to the sun gives you the length of light.
The fact that it's round.
Lakes and
if it wasn't a ball, this wouldn't happen. By the way,
night and day.
Do you think this when the days get longer? How do the flat earthers? How do they spend that? Do you know?
I don't know. But if we do nothing, you'll still have more daylight after work in spring and summer than you will in fall and winter. If we do nothing, it will still happen. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go, Team Rick and Bubba. Now let's talk to you, the greatest, most powerful, most influential, best-looking listening audience in the world. Lines are available. Harry Murdahl is there, and we want to chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines now open. We'll do this troll form, so we'll keep the line moving for you pretty quick, too. Force a habit there. 866-WE-BE-BIG, 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. Helmsy has a timeout, so does Bubba. So if we need to expand on a call, we will. That's 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines available right now. Let's welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Yeah, come on in.
Glad to be here. Hope you're good.
Catch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming up this weekend. Look for it sometime tomorrow as you rise for the weekend. Let's start with Larry out of the great state of Alabama. And if you want to get in, lines are available for you. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. How about it, Larry? Larry, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Wow, what a build-up.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Larry?
Hello?
Hey, Larry. Larry?
Tina.
Somebody
Harry?
want to talk about the cancel culture?
Harry? Andalusia?
Harry, Larry?
1077. All right, well, so Larry, we tried, babe. Let's go to Tina. Tina, 30 seconds. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I have a real simple solution as far as the time change. I've been telling people for years, all we have to do is just put out a rumor and tell everybody that Trump wants to keep things the way they are, and then since the Democrats controlled everything, they would have a law passed within a day.
We call it Biden time, and so it works together.
If he get that change, I'll give him props.
We say not only did President Biden eradicate the pandemic, he also did away with changing the clock and got us on what we call Biden time. And we're all just Biden time. Wouldn't that be good? Whatever it takes to get it done.
Hey, we're Biden time in a lot of ways.
Oh, buddy. Florida, the free state of Florida checks in. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Howdy.
Good morning, Biggins. How are you?
We're good.
Good.
I was listening to that Mark Levin rant. I thought it was Greg with a Bostonian accent for a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of similarities there. Look, I take all the Levin I can get. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Karen. Hey, Karen, is it hard to be named Karen now that that's become an adjective? Is it hard now?
Yes, it's hard.
Yeah. Are you Karen-like?
In some ways, yes.
Okay.
Do you ever scream, "Don't mess with me, I'm a Karen"?
No, but I mean, I might get in with a worker that's not being
You're admitting that you live up to your name. All right, we'll give you 30 seconds because I know you need to start checking where your neighbors' trash cans are. All right, go ahead.
All right, go ahead. So Biden keeps saying that we're at war. We're at war. What do y'all think about the language "we're at war" and what the underlying meaning of that is?
Do you mean he's saying we're at war with this pandemic?
Yeah, but he never says really we're at war with the pandemic. He just keeps saying we're at war.
Well, in all fairness, in his state right now, he's just been told to say that. He's not sure where it belongs.
Look, I don't have a problem with that terminology. We've had the war on drugs. We've had the war on poverty. We've had this. We've had that. Some more successful than others, obviously. But it is. I mean, it's a war to me in that it's an all hands on deck kind of thing that we've thrown a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of research into. But what are you reading into that? Enlighten me, Karen.
Oh,
well, I'll tell you.
We lost Karen. But I really honestly think he's supposed to be saying that we're at war with this virus, and this is too much for him to remember. I think he knows this is a phrase he needs to keep throwing out. But I'm with you, Bub. I mean, it is. I don't really have a problem with that. I think she may be suggesting that there's a cultural war going on for.
Well, yeah, I say
that's true.
That is going on.
But I'm not sure he's coherent enough to know that. I mean, but
he's too busy taking credit. For everything.
there is an ideology. Hard to say that.
Ideology.
I was going to say ideological, but I don't even think that's a word. But there is an ideology war going on of this constitutional republic is at a crossroads, and there are Americans that say, I do not like the Founding Fathers' original vision of government and people, and the Second Amendment and parts of the First Amendment, et cetera, et cetera. And I think we should move to a more Canada, European, soft tyrannical, soft tyranny, socialistic kind of big government world. And then there's other people that don't. There's also obviously a moral war that's going on, and we are moving into. Some people think we're already there, to a post-Christian country. Don't know that we
much like Europe.
Yeah, and becoming completely secular. There's a lot of wars going on. Let's go to Tim in Alabama. Tim, you got 30 seconds.
Yeah, Tim.
Go ahead. Tim?
Yeah, Tim.
Timmy?
What's the deal with people can't hear us?
Do you think it
Is
has...
there a button out
I
there?
think, like what you heard yesterday, is... I think still there. As difficult as it is for us to hear people sometimes on their phones, they're having the same difficulty hearing us.
Sir, if your phone number ends in 37, you're on.
Time change comment, Tim.
Oh, that Ken we're talking to, right?
What?
It's you. Go ahead.
What's his name? I don't even know.
Oh, my bad. Oh, in the time change, I was wondering if y'all think it would actually change the hunt industry.
Tim, I got to stop you.
Yeah, before we get to that,
I have to stop you again.
What is your name, sir?
Ken.
Ken. Did you hear us though addressing you? Could you hear us like in your phone?
Yeah, I could, and I heard y'all say Tim in Alabama, and I actually said I was from Wetumpka. That's why I didn't pick that up. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What about when Bubba called out the last few numbers of your phone number?
I did pick that up on the phone number. Yes.
Right then, I think I would have said hello.
All right, Ken, Tim.
Yeah.
All right, but Ken, go ahead. All right, you're back to your 30 seconds.
Ken, you're on. Go.
And we can move on.
Make it worthy.
Ken, I'm sorry we had to know that. All right, go ahead.
The time change y'all were talking about, I know it's in its early stages, but the hunting industry, we get more time to hunt now if you actually work on the time change, and with the harvesting and all that jazz. We do the time change. Is that going to change everything, you think, with all the time and more time you get to hunt? Because you know how everybody is with the hunting.
What Levin is to commentary.
Ken,
Ken, you are not that to the phone truck. No, Ken, I know what you're saying. Will people go after the hunting industry because if we go to daylight savings time and stay there, then shooting light would be a little bit longer in the afternoon. I don't think that'd be a big deal. It's not. It's still going to be shorter days in the fall and winter than the spring and summer, and the length of daylight that would be during hunting season is not going to be substantial.
Yeah, it's only going to change 1 hour.
Yeah, it's not going to be substantial. But I would love it. It would make, because I'm going to tell you, when you're rushing and you're like, buddy, if I ain't out there by this time,
Yeah. No matter what you do, no matter what time of year it is, you're going to have a little extra time after work every day. And that's kind of the goal.
Lee in South Carolina. Lee, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, I didn't get a chance to call in yesterday for the podcast, but one of my all-time favorite moments is when you guys were talking about Schwarzenegger when he was the governor in California and was trying to get the regulations on the energy. And then when I came and visited you guys about 2 years ago, y'all actually had a flashback to that story. And I always remember it because I've never heard Bubba get so tickled and so caught up in his laughter. He was about down twice.
Yeah,
on
that
recording
actually
and in person.
Yeah, that actually made it. Someone called that in yesterday.
Yeah, we revisited that.
We did revisit that. Alan in Munford. Alan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick. I used to play in a house band up at on Wilmer Avenue, and I'm trying to think of the name of the band that you used to play in was called Shy Boy. Was that right?
No, I wasn't in Shy Boy. Ryan Greenwood was for a little while. I was in either Mystique, Silent Rain, Vindicator, or Mr. Lucky. That's my big four.
Mr. Lucky. Yeah, that was it. Mr. Lucky. Hey, I got a song. I got 2 lines of a song I want to sing for you. Okay.
Time out.
Okay, go ahead. Sing it.
Hey, little Biden person, you don't know me, but I love you. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
That's why I didn't get time out.
Wow. I mean,
Well, I thought you never know.
No.
Can't see the future.
Hey.
But still, I think it still delivered what we were after. And that is for us to sit here perplexed.
Yeah. There's a lot in that segment.
A lot of you are holding a steering wheel right now with a curious look on your face. And you're thinking, wow, it's 9 o'clock already. I had no idea.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes now past the hour. Somebody say where you from. Say where you from. All right, so sports world, Bubba, what we got in the sports world today? Let's take a look-see.
We have some breaking news, according to ESPN. They say that the New England Patriots and Cam Newton are closing in on a deal to bring him back as their quarterback.
Anybody want to unpack that one for me?
A little hard to figure that one totally out.
You know what I think? I think it's you know what? We have an experienced quarterback. We probably need another year out of him because whatever quarterback we get, they're going to need a year or so to kind of get settled and be our future. And so right now he's the best thing that we have available maybe, and he's been with us for a year. We've built a relationship with him, so let's get another one out of him.
COVID year, pandemic.
Yeah.
And let's try it again.
Right.
Try to get him some more.
Even if we get, even if we get one of the quarterbacks in the draft, let's give him a year to get settled before handing everything over to him. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe.
Obviously they think, well, it's all about the deal. Or they want, if they could get him at a reasonable deal,
right?
And then you have room.
Then bring somebody else in too. Let them
him.
Compete and let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah.
Rick also yesterday caught the eyebrow of several folks. Give them the old, hey, what's up? The Kansas City Chiefs, who lost Super Bowl 55. No one denies that missing both veteran starting offensive tackles hurt the Kansas City Chiefs in that game. Well, now the Kansas City Chiefs have cut their starting guards, both of them. They cut Fisher and Schwartz on Thursday for a combined needed savings of $30 million. As aging and ailing players, Fisher is 30, Schwartz will turn 32 in June. The Chiefs were probably already thinking about an overhaul of their pass defense, but that's kind of an aggressive move for an offense that has been so good this year. Take away the Super Bowl, or last year, take away that performance, but again, they were missing the starting two tackles. So, when you're at that level, to miss those starters is huge.
Did you say catch the eyebrow?
He did.
I'm sorry. I don't even know what that meant.
I didn't either.
No, I think you mean raised eyebrows. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was when you catch it, I thought, well, there it is. Yeah. I caught mine.
It's that if you look at the hours in the week.
But anyway, so I think it's really more.
This story goes a lot better on the other side of break.
I think it's no more complicated than this, and you said it. Yes, the two tackles didn't play, but the two guards did, and Mahomes was running for his life, and I think they thought, okay, when we played a really good defense, our offensive line was a disaster, and we know we can't really blame the tackles; they weren't there, but we will blame the two guards because they were, and they're 30 and 32, and I know to us that doesn't seem old, but when it comes to the NFL
world,
they're starting to say, all right, we need to look ahead.
But one was a Pro Bowler, one was a former All-Pro.
Yeah, well, they had their heyday. It's not like they're not any good, but they're just not as good now as they used to be. But let me tell you, when those feet slow down and you're playing against these kind of defensive linemen and linebackers, ooh.
Yeah.
But the Chiefs also needing some cap space because of some of these big contracts they've been handing out to their talent.
Let me tell you who that's good news for. If you're a really good guard and you're looking to make some big money coming up in the draft.
Yeah.
Of course, if you're a really good guard, the Chiefs probably aren't going to get a shot at you because they're not going to be picking very high.
No.
But a lot of people have been saying that the offensive line has been Andy Reid's strength. I mean, he built one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. That's why his offense has been so good. That's why Mahomes had time to do what he wanted to do and get people like Tyreek Hill down the field for big plays, Sammy Watkins. So having a good line is going to be key for them, but they've got to make it happen under that salary cap.
Well, I think we discovered, and this is not an indictment on Mahomes. This is just how football works. Did you notice that Mahomes was a lot less impressive when he was running for his life?
Rick, I think all quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's what I just said. That's not an indictment on him, but I don't care how good you are, and I think Reid and the staff said, all right, the two guards, let's watch them in this film. Look, we can't even look at the tackles; those were backups. maybe they're not as good of backups as we'd hope they'd be, but they're playing a very good defense. Let's watch our guards in this game. We got problems, and we need the room. So, but can you find 2 guards that are better? That's the issue you have. Or maybe the backup guards are better than the backup tackles. I don't know, but
yeah,
backup tackles. Oh boy, they were ugly. Of course, they're playing.
Real bad.
They were playing an
very
elite
good
defense.
Right.
It wasn't like some.
But I mean, if you're going to have backups in that, the Super Bowl's not the game.
No, you don't,
maybe
you don't want that.
Maybe the last game of the season after you've already locked up the championship. Maybe even in the first round of the playoffs. But when you get a team that has got there and won, and remember, Tampa Bay won everything on the road. I mean, they went on the road and just won it.
Well, let me tell you this.
They were the best team, hands down.
I don't know if you've seen this. It was a different article, but they said after studying the game, they did come to a conclusion that had, we kind of maybe thought, but they said it was official. They looked and they could now confirm that the Kansas City Chiefs thought they could have something.
Yeah, that's right.
and they let that creep in.
It's hard to win 2 in a row.
Yeah. Well, they start thinking, of course, unless you're the Patriots. But
or I would say Tom Brady.
I'm sorry, Tom Brady.
And think about Tampa's defense. You remember, we forget they beat the Redskins first, and then they beat Breeze, and then they beat Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
and then
their
Mahomes.
road. Listen, their road to the Super Bowl.
It was horrendous.
No one can say they weren't the best team. No. They beat the Redskins, the Saints, the Packers, and the Chiefs. You deserve the Lombardi Trophy.
Yes.
It goes back that year. I can't remember when it was. People were talking to us about, I forget what team it was, that had lost a game, and if they do these things, could they be the national champion? And we looked at the road and said, if you can beat LSU, Alabama, and then one of those 2 again, yeah, you should be the national champion. I don't care if you lost the game or not. I mean, if you can go down that road.
Amen.
And that's kind of, I think the Buccaneers proved they were the best team at the end of the season.
The problem with the Chiefs, they don't have a lot of money to go out and play in free agency. And get this, because of their success, they will pick 31st overall. They also have picks at 63rd, 95, 137, 145, 176, 182, and 259. So you got to find a pearl out there somewhere.
Well, that's where you got to get in that free agency market and see what you can find. Or maybe they've got 2 guards they've been developing they feel good about.
They have one that I think opted out last year that will be back. So that may have part of that.
Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Come on. All right, so we're back. So, Bubba, we need to make a correction.
Yeah, one correction. I said they were the guards. They were the tackles that they released.
So my whole
Fisher
analysis
and Schwartz were the tackles.
So my whole breakdown of they must have watched the guards and the film and all that. I apologize. It shows we always talk about that we don't really follow it like we once did, and I think maybe today some of you can't say, well, they don't really mean that. It's obvious we don't mean it because we don't even know what the name of the tackles are that play for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I wrote down guards in my notes, so that was just on me.
So the bottom line is this: the two tackles that missed the Super Bowl are not coming back.
Right.
And
now, really, even more so, I think probably a priority for Kansas City to get that fixed to protect Holmes.
I enjoyed our commentary on the guards, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it almost sounded like we knew what we were talking about for a minute.
If it had been the guards, it would have been excellent.
You're right. You're right. I mean, you'd thought that. These guys really thought that through. That's a great point.
We had them watching film and everything.
Nice work, sports talk. So we don't know the players' names well enough to even know what position they play as far as offensive linemen. So apologize. It
still just sounds funny when you have a team that has been as successful as Kansas City, especially on the offensive side, for them to just do a wholesale cut of two All-Pro linemen.
Well,
when you first look at it, you go, well, no, wait a minute. But as you look into it, it makes more sense.
Well, here's where I still, though, I kind of have like you said, I raised my eyebrow.
Or it caught your eyebrow.
Caught my eyebrow.
Right.
Listen, it's one thing.
Quote me correctly.
Listen. It's one thing to miss work and the person who took your spot did as good or better than you.
Right.
Look, we all live. You don't, like we said before. If you miss this show and the show doesn't miss you, then that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But they were missed. That's the part I don't get. It looks like it didn't go as well when they weren't there. So how did I get fired that I couldn't be there for sickness or whatever it was? Injury. And the tackles that played in our place played a gigantic role in losing the Super Bowl. How can I be replaced when my absence seemed to be a deficit?
It's all about that salary cap.
It is, and their age. I get it. But it's not like the people who took their place did well. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Or it didn't look like it. Maybe of course, I'm not Coach Reed and the staff, and so they probably know more about it than me on what they're trying to do. But normally,
he's been pretty successful.
But how many times? How many times we go back to Tom Brady? Bledsoe gets hurt, he gets his shot, and here comes the GOAT.
Yep.
You've heard this story throughout history in sports. Yeah. Hey, so-and-so couldn't play, and the guy took his place, man, had a huge night. That didn't happen with these two tackles. They didn't replace the two that couldn't play, and then you're like, well, I'll tell you one thing. They missed that game, and you saw what that guy did. He took his opportunity. That's not really how this story went. But anyway, they know what they're doing more so than I would ever know. ButcherBox.com/Bubba. Have you started using this service yet? ButcherBox.com. You get the completely organic, free-range chicken, grass-fed, grass-finished beef, the wild-caught salmon, and the scallops. Their meats are delicious. No antibiotics, no hormones. It comes right to your door. And right now, if you've never started using ButcherBox.com/Bubba, here's an opportunity. Start using them now, and for a limited time, new members get 2 pounds of free organic ground beef in every box for the lifetime of the account. Now, I want y'all to think about this. If you become a ButcherBox subscriber, that means as long as you are one, you will never have to get ground beef again. 2 pounds of it's coming with everything you order for the life of the account. So it's a good time to move. ButcherBox.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Nick in Hoover, 1047 WZZK. Hello, Nick.
Nick.
What's going on today?
Not again.
Nick.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, man, is your name Nick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Nick.
Going back on yesterday, and we might have to keep Betty. We might have to keep Betty out of this. Can we get McDonald's to come over and see how many single cheese Bubba can eat?
So you'd like to know if Bubba had no limitations, nobody was on him, he wouldn't, and just like eat cheeseburgers till you're done.
In 1 hour, how many can Bubba put down?
No, I'm not a stuffer like that.
Yeah, that's one thing y'all have got to understand about really both of y'all, but especially Bubba. He eats a lot, but he slowly just eats, and he can just keep eating. But he's not going to cram food down his throat.
Yeah, I need 2. That's about all I ever do.
2 every maybe 30 minutes.
No, two for a meal.
Well, no, this is how it goes. 2
single hamburgers and cheeseburgers.
2, then peanut butter crackers, then peanut M&Ms.
He just keeps going.
That's how it happens. That's where we get in trouble. We don't sit down at one gorging, really.
Right.
And go. So you probably wouldn't see any kind of record number.
Right, because there's been golden ticket seat holders that at the end of the show go, wow, so y'all do eat the whole show. Like the entire show.
Well, that's kind of grazing.
Yeah. Oh, look, I love a graze.
Who doesn't love that?
You know, but there's a table over
here, Bubba. That's just kind of grazing.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a bite here, a bite there. Yeah.
That's one of the things I love about, if you've got a cheat day or whatever, or just, old Rick, is like there's a ball game going on and there's various kinds of foods all over that kitchen island.
Number one.
And you can just go over there and go, oh, look at me, I'm getting me a little hamburger dip.
Hey, little friend.
Oh, look at it over here. We got some pigs in a blanket. Oh, look over here. We got sausage balls. Oh, look over here.
Go drop.
And you just kind of hover around all of it.
Oh yeah.
Let's go to
nothing better than the graze.
Let's go to Ann in Alabama. Hello, Ann. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Ann.
Hi. I'm just wondering, how can you push this vaccine when it's not approved for any? We're like experimental people here.
Now, Ann, where did you get that it wasn't approved? It's gone through the process like we do anything, and it's gotten approval.
FDA.gov, there's no approval of this being a vaccine that will work for COVID. That's why people have to keep wearing a mask because it's not approved. We are the guinea pigs for the elite.
Oh, and the elite, were they testing it on us? Then they'll try it.
Yeah. And who are the elite? Who are the elite?
Well, the ones pushing it on us. Obviously, I'm not an elite. I can't tell you what to do.
Right, but an elite, do you mean?
When God gave me freedom, they closed everybody down and said, now we have to wear a muzzle. And, I'm not sick. I haven't been sick. I got sick in 20. What was it?
You better knock
on wood. It was actually 2020. I got the COVID. That I believe I was sick for like 4 weeks in 2020 January because my daughter went to New York for the BTS and the.
They went to New York for what?
New Year's Eve. She went there from Alabama.
Hey, Ann, look, let's kind of focus on your first topic.
Well, I'm a little nervous.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
It's just Rick and Bubba. There's nothing to be nervous about. There's nothing to be. It's just us.
I feel like I'm going to pass out because I'm nervous, but I know what I had.
Okay.
It was terrible, and I know.
Well, we're not doubting that you may have had it.
Way before, and then when they said, and they started doing this COVID thing and all this lockdown, I'm talking about I already had it, and it was terrible.
And have you?
This is why Mark 12:31 is so difficult.
Yeah, I may need to bookmark that again. And I would say this: we on the big picture, we don't totally know how all of this is going to play out. But what we do know, short term, it is working, and it is not killing people. We've got one story about the lady who died in Utah, and the medical examiner says it has nothing to do with the vaccine. They're waiting on the proof of that. But a lot of people are having success from this. The numbers are falling. So we really can't argue with that it is working out there.
Yeah, now if you want to say that this is something that came to the market, it's out there, we won't really know the long-term effects as we have with every drug that we put in the market, that's an accurate statement. But to say it hasn't gone through the channels of approval, like we've had stuff in the past that had side effects we didn't know about till way down the road, and that may or may not happen.
It was approved under emergency authorization, which means they did look at it. It didn't go through the years and years of testing most things go through because we had to have it.
Right. So all that's accurate, but it wasn't unapproved. And we'll see. But so far, as Bubba said,
so far so good.
We are cautiously optimistic. Yep. We'll continue with your phone calls coming up. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba and more of you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Catch it tomorrow. Our guest, you. The audience calls in their favorite, most memorable moments of the Rick and Bubba Show's 27-year history, and we unpack those and shed a little behind-the-scenes commentary on those things maybe you didn't know. Let's start with Patricia for this segment in Missouri. Patricia, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Good. Go right ahead.
Okay, I got two things for you.
Okay.
The sweet soul with the FDA approval. So I have had both doses of the vaccine, and they were very adamant about ensuring that we knew the only piece missing to being FDA approved was the long-term study, and that was it. And also, it sounded like you guys were struggling a little bit this morning, so I just wanted to remind you of Escapegoat.
Of what?
Escapegoat.
The scapegoat?
Escapegoat.
Yeah, well, please explain.
Yeah. See, we're still struggling, evidently.
Was that
I called in a few weeks ago when you guys were struggling with your words.
Yes.
Okay.
And I had several isms, and Escapegoat was probably the best one that we have heard from an old supervisor that I worked under.
Oh, that's right.
I got it.
Y'all have a good one.
Thanks.
And a scapegoat as opposed to a scapegoat.
Right. Anonymous out of Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead.
I just wanted to let everyone know I am an avid marijuana user every day. I'm sober as can be right now, but everyone calling in on this show sounds like they are as stoned as they could possibly be.
You know what?
Says, speaking from experience, I'm telling you, I know.
Sir, I will tell you, I'm going to concur largely on that today.
Patrick in Florida. Patrick, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I didn't know if you guys knew Louis Palau.
You know, Scott Dawson introduced me to him and the great work that he's done for the kingdom. And he just he just told me. Matter of fact,
away yesterday.
I did hear that. Did you see the last thing he put out? And he said, you know, kind of like you remember the time on the smoking ad that we had Yul Brynner said, if you're watching this, I passed.
Right.
And so Louis put out, hey, this will be the last time on this side of heaven you'll hear from me. And it was pretty powerful. Yeah. And he's getting a well done.
Yes.
Thanks, Patrick. A great man of God. Mark in Kentucky. Mark, go ahead.
We need to reset something. I don't know what it is.
Good morning.
Hey,
good morning.
Hey, Mark.
I just wanted to tell you guys this morning that we are just finishing our 8th week of the pursuit.
Great.
At our church, the Gospel Mission Worship Center.
Yeah.
And I wanted to thank all of you guys for your positive impact to ministering to the men in this nation. And I just praise God for you guys and for your show and for your testimony, and look forward to hoping to meet you guys someday.
So, Mark, tell me, when you said y'all have gone through the 8th week, so what part of the curriculum are you guys in right now? Like, what's the topic that you just finished?
We just finished the 3rd week of integrity, 2 Samuel 15:22.
Yeah, that's great, man. How is it working? Is it operating pretty well in the small groups? Everybody buying into it? How are you seeing as far as the results?
Doing really good. I started selling steel toe shoes on the side.
Well, like we said, you cannot disciple a man if you keep talking to him like he's a woman or a child. Men and women are equal, but they are not the same. And how about this? You shouldn't do men's ministry and treat women like they're men. So I'm glad to hear that. Thanks a lot, buddy, and thanks for that encouragement.
If all else fails today, just go crappie fishing.
That's right. That's right. At the end of it all, just go. I went fishing yesterday, and I'll tell you, as that late afternoon and that beautiful sunset, as I was catching some largemouth bass, I couldn't quite come up with anything that was bothering me. Let's go to John in Indiana. John, welcome to the program.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. I did get stuck yesterday, though. Remind me to tell you.
Rick, I am a lot like you in the sense I do not watch a lot of Biden at all. But I got to tell you, we need to be grateful for Biden right now because the ensuing Kamala Harris presidency is going to be much worse.
Yeah, I mean, we really need to try to prop Joe up for as long as we can.
Lindsay in Birmingham. Lindsay, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. First-time caller, long-time listener.
All righty. Hey, Lindsay.
Just wanted to share this. I was listening, I think a week ago, and you guys were talking about story songs.
Oh, yeah. We did story song, bed music only. Yeah.
Yeah. So a boy named Sue came on, and that caused a lot of explaining between me and my two sons. So I appreciate that.
Yep, sure.
And the other thing is that we kind of played a game that weekend about coming up with story songs. So I've got 3 for you. One of them is my favorite. So Reba McEntire does a great job of it with Fancy, and then The Night That the Lights Went Out in Georgia. My personal favorite, though, is Patches.
Patches is a great one. And, we did play Patches.
So thank you guys so much for all you do.
No, thank you very much. Those are all good ones, and I appreciate you calling. And we played Patches, and we also played The Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia. But that one was real early in the show, so you may not have heard that one. But we did not play Fancy, and I know that's Speedy's favorite. So we continue.
Now everybody knows.
Jake in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Jake, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Hey, I just want to let y'all know I'm identifying as a 15-year-old female this weekend, so I can get a jump on everybody turkey hunting in Gary. Mainly, I'm going to go ahead and kill one this weekend before my family and friends get on it.
Youth hunt, so he's a 15-year-old female. Yep. That's funny.
Whatever you identify as, sir.
Let's go to Gary and Clanton.
Uh-oh, wait a minute.
Gary, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, we need a miracle in this country. We're going through this pandemic right here, and folks are ready to get rid of these here face masks because they feel like they're being smothered by one of Speedy's old gym socks. And to top it all off, we got beavers eating trees. Hey, you can't have nothing.
That was a rough Gary.
It
started out.
I thought for a minute we were just showing that everybody from Clanton named Gary sounds somewhat similar.
Right.
But it wasn't a great Gary impression. Also, content wasn't that strong. All right, so let's.
Rick, it was a complete fail.
Let's
just be honest.
We're looking for the.
I've really
for the
struggled
light
this hour.
in
Jared in Alabama. Jared, go ahead.
Y'all just want to call the week off.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing this morning?
Good, Jared. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I had a show memory from some years ago, the funniest hunting story contest. You fellas did. The gentleman that won was my uncle, Keith Gibson, and the the subject of the story was my dad, Jeff Gibson, who worked with Greg at Alabama Power. He's the guy that blew his toe off with a shotgun.
I kind of remember that. I mean, it's like there's a couple sparks firing.
Yeah, I remember somebody losing a toe and something.
Do you remember the funniest hunting story contest?
Yeah.
Was that with Moultrie or something?
That's a long time ago.
Was that with Moultrie or something, or Academy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
March Outdoors.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I got to ask, which toe was it?
I don't know which one. I'm looking in there to see if Greg knows, and he just... Don't give me that.
That's not a toe.
That's what toe it was.
My goodness. You thought he would at least done his thumb.
I mean, good night.
Top of the hour.
He wasn't an archer.
If you leave us, have a great weekend. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. You got more Rick and Bubba. Lord willing, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. It's a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, and Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix and ready to go for a brand new hour. And we look forward to chatting with you as we end another week together. If you're listening to us or watching us live, welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and hey, weekend dead ahead.
Weekend dead ahead. You know what, Bubba? When we were doing our sports talk, which we're always on top of things,
right?
I just noticed that Duke has pulled out of the ACC tournament because of COVID tracing. You haven't heard COVID tracing much in lately.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it just says. A little headline there. We left that out in our sports breakdown. When's the last time you heard a COVID tracing story?
Well,
I know
the conference
they're not very
tournaments.
good this year.
The conference tournaments are going on right now. I mean, seems like you could be done before the tournament started, right?
So they pull out of the they've pulled out of the tournament. I guess why the tournament was already underway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the ACC tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Yeah. Okay, so they hadn't pulled out of the big one.
No. The ACC tournament. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we just stay out of sports?
Yeah.
All right. So
they're not having a good year.
Bubba, they fired their coach. Oh, wait a minute. No, they didn't. It was their trainer.
You got the dreamer's disease. All right. So we need some help from the audience, and I'm there's a side of me that
You don't
almost.
like them taters?
Greg, did you hear me? No, I don't like them taters. Also, Greg,
you can substitute fruit. By the way, I did that the other day.
Yeah,
I like them taters.
Yeah, I don't like fruit either.
Well, they're not good for you, Greg. That's the whole point.
Yeah,
That's one reason he's not
Greg,
eating.
you can have my taters if you want.
Can I have those?
Yeah, you can.
I like them done like that.
Greg, you can get pineapple
You can
and
have
grapes.
taters.
That's what I like.
I like taters.
Greg, you can have it.
Here, Bubba.
I don't want to double have my
That's
taters.
so good, Bubba.
Yeah.
I mean,
Taters. So anyway,
I've been eating a lot of pineapple lately.
Anything grows in the ground ain't gonna hurt you.
Have you noticed that Bubba thinks a pineapple, a banana, or broccoli cancels anything?
No, I'm not saying that it cancels anything now. I'm just saying I've eaten a lot of it for breakfast.
You're on fire
which
for it.
I haven't done.
How about a
historically.
cantaloupe and butter biscuits?
I don't care for cantaloupe.
I love
I used to have to eat it a lot, but I don't
love
like
it.
now.
Cantaloupe is on that list of things that I despised as a kid, but eat as an adult.
Oh yeah, you give me a good cold cantaloupe.
I hated it as a kid.
Oh, I wouldn't have even looked at it as a kid.
I wonder what that is.
I'll tell you what I do love is watermelon.
I see. I'm more cantaloupe.
Golly, I
Watermelon's
love
too
watermelon.
messy.
It is
It's
a
just
mess.
the dadgum mess.
Here's
Now,
how-
what am I going to do with the rind?
Here's what I like. This is how I like watermelon.
You compost, Greg. Put it in your garden.
Here's how I like watermelon.
And let Mr. Buddy drag it around the yard.
I don't want to see it. I don't even want to know it was ever here. And then you look in the refrigerator and there's a bowl in there,
Cut up.
and it's all cut up and it's ice cold.
I'm the same way. with
Betty
cantaloupe.
does that, and I love it.
Yeah,
I mean,
when I
that-
have to
that's-
just have a wedge of a
No.
watermelon.
Hey,
I
when
like
you come in, it's hot out there, and get that. That's the. Let me tell you this: watermelon is the only thing I put salt on. The only
it.
thing.
Oh, I do too. I love it.
Bob Carey did credit me with changing his life on that. He'd
Oh, that's
never
a
heard of
great
that,
trick.
and
How about
he
that?
started doing it. Said, "Oh, it was unbelievable."
No, not my thing. I don't like it, but
you don't like salt on it?
No,
Oh,
no.
I
But a lot of people love it.
I
Yeah.
do.
So you don't put salt on anything else?
No, I never do.
Ooh, I'm
never do.
anti-salt.
No, I'm not anti. I just never.
I don't
have.
add it. It's just whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I probably don't need to with blood pressure issues anyway. But I've just never put salt. in
Yeah,
stuff.
you know what that means. You live a life. The things that come on the table in front of you have already been salted appropriately.
Yeah. Yes.
I like to
You don't
dip
need
rock
extra.
salt.
So we need the help.
Why don't we feel like it's better too if we get sea salt? Why
I
is
know
that
what
better?
is that trend? That's on the past few years.
Greg,
All of a
that's
sudden,
one.
sea salt's
Greg,
a big deal.
Greg, that's one of those things you need to stand up and give an applause for whoever the person was that convinced everybody that they were
Is
being.
it, I mean,
they were
is
being
it better
sharp.
than the old white salt they make in the lab?
They
That's
say
how it could be.
They say yes,
I'm
but
gonna
but
ask
somebody proved that for me.
That's like grass fed.
Let
I
me
think you can look that up pretty quick. I think it is.
let me tell you, what we're going to find out though years from now, and you know this to be true. And I'm not saying the actual
That's sea salt.
the actual sea salt isn't healthier for you than whatever. I'm not saying that.
Right.
But what we're going to find out down the road is the number of containers that were labeled sea salt that people were using were never were sea salt, and they find because we find that all the time. People come up with a phrase that they think everybody likes, they just throw it on the label.
Yeah.
You know, and you mean how you find out that people were eating stuff that really wasn't what they thought it was?
Yeah, right.
And or the other one, we'll find out sea salt actually long term is worse for you than regular.
Yeah, you need to go back.
Now,
to
Adler's
Is it
got
sea
some-
salt that it's natural? Is that it? Because they just evaporate.
I want that
water
blue
out of it, right?
jug of Morton.
with
So,
that little
umbrella.
white powder in it.
Adler's got a special salt in there that we all use
That's
all the
sea salt.
time. It is this sea salt?
I think so.
Himalayan pink salt.
Himalayan.
Pink.
Himalayan. Yeah, that's
Oh,
what I
wait
thought.
just a minute, Rick. It's Himalayan salt.
It didn't come from the Gulf of Mexico.
Rick, this is what it says on the Heart Association website, okay?
There we go.
It says, what's the difference between sea salt and table salt? Sea salt has boomed in popularity in restaurants and supermarkets. Some chefs prefer it over table salt because of its coarse, crunchy texture and stronger flavors.
So it's no health issue, it's better salt.
It says it contains some minerals like magnesium and other things that table salt doesn't. And I'm sure there's some health thing here is the reason it's on
I'm going
here.
with Morton.
It said most sea salts don't offer any real health advantages.
There you go.
It's just marketing. We put it on the
Rick,
peanuts.
I told you
Hey,
that.
look at
That's
these
the first
peanuts.
thing-
They got sea salt.
That's the first thing I told you.
Well, and you know why? Because it all tastes the same. Every single salt tastes the same.
We got enough salt
So-
around, though, right? I mean, the ocean's full of it, right? So, I mean,
We
we got
need
salt,
salt,
plenty.
we got it.
How about the old ocean is salty, isn't it?
Can I
You
say
get your
this?
mouth full of that
Miserable.
accidentally, you're like, wow.
Can I say you this?
How's anything swim in that?
On that note,
What about the Great Salt Lake?
we have the ability to turn salt water into drinkable water. Correct?
Yes, we distill it like
Okay.
a still.
So why are we worried about water?
Well, we shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean,
if you live close enough to
how about
that
this?
to do
It looks like we got plenty.
There's
I
a
mean,
lot of water out there.
why
Oh, yeah, we got a ton of it.
Can't we just?
Well,
get
if you're in
all the-
Nebraska, though, it's hard to
Well, I'm just
take
talking
advantage
about,
of
but
it.
I mean, we get a lot of things shipped to us that we're not near.
All right.
I mean, we can't keep water coming.
Well, I
mean,
don't know. Water may be harder to ship. I don't know.
We have water everywhere. I mean,
lot of water out there.
It literally falls from the sky. I mean, I've just never understood these.
I ain't never seen the Tom Bigby dry.
I understand the people who are helping people have clean water. I got
Yeah,
that.
I got
But we can do it, which means if we can make any water clean, then we got all the water we need.
Now, Rick,
We
think
can
about
make our-
this.
We can drink our own urine.
If
You
I
seen
get-
it when they
No,
run it, they
why
run
do
it?
you always have to
Oh,
go
yeah.
Well, they do.
Yeah, water's water when you get down to it.
I mean, if you got
But Rick, imagine
Bear
if we have access to salt water and we can distill it in volume big enough for what we need. Not only do we get fresh water out of it, we got a ton of sea salt left over.
There you go.
for the peanut.
You see what I mean?
That's right.
You see the win-win here?
Yeah.
When I look at the
If
vastness,
we power that with a windmill, we're in business.
when I look at the vastness of the oceans, the sea, and the gulfs,
Yeah.
okay, we don't have a water problem.
There's a lot of water out there.
Can I tell you, I do love windmills, not like the kind that generate power, but just the old you used to
Oh,
see out
yeah.
at the farm that would pull water up.
The grist mill. They use old grist
Oh,
mill.
well, but you see that it would pull the water up and
Oh,
you know,
I know.
out
You're talking
like
about-
a whale.
Yeah.
And I've always thought those were cool. I wanted one of those in my yard. I thought that was neat.
You wanted one in your yard.
wanted
I
a
did.
windmill.
I did.
That was
That would
your
pump
idea
water
of having a water. What do they call when you put something in your backyard? It's got some water running. It's called water feature.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now we saw them in Texas. I think they were called cisterns out there, where they just pump water into a holding pond
Oh,
or
yeah.
whatever needed it.
Well, you know the
Concrete.
the
It was
Israeli-
like a concrete
Oh.
above ground pool. You
the
remember?
Israelis are the masters of a cistern.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, that's what they threw Joseph in, an empty one.
What did they? How were they pumping the water up there? Windmill.
I don't remember. You know, I don't pay attention to that kind of stuff.
Right. Details not the same.
15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And here we go. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so we got to jump in to getting some help from the audience on something. So we have discovered that the grilling accessories that are available at rickandbubba.com under the store are big items. We're big with people who grill. And right now on the grilling accessories, you've got the Rick and Bubba spatula, which is it is a spatula, but Bubba has always called a spatula a spatula, so we named it that. And of course, behind the scenes, and Bubba's mentioned this before. If you want to talk about hilarity, is how many times our artwork kept being sent back, and they kept saying we were misspelling the word spatula, and we're like, no, we want it to say spatula because that's what Bubba calls it. So look on the handle. Show me the handle there, Adler.
They just couldn't make them.
Because this is what we're about to do. It says R&B spatula. All right, so now go to the tongs, the grilling tongs right there, and you see down the side of this, it says somebody means business.
Right.
Okay. And then we've had various aprons, and we've got a new one that's coming out this spring too. So we've had a couple of different aprons. So right now, the grilling accessory world of Rick and Bubba's merch swag is aprons, spatula, tongs. So we're ready to add, because I started looking, Greg, and those of us that grill, what's the other item we're missing? We're dabbling with a meat thermometer.
Yeah, I've been playing with one.
We're dabbling there.
And our problem there, Rick, is do we go with the smaller, quicker, cheaper one, or do we get one that is magnificent?
And I think we're gonna go down to
use one of those ones?
And I see it this way, Bubba. I think we go with
I probably should.
the quicker, cheaper, easier to handle in the Father's Day box, along with other items.
Yeah, so it'll fit in the Father's Day
Right.
box.
And then when we go to standalone, we do one that's a little nicer.
Right. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, so here's the other. But today, we're down to the carving fork. We're down, that big old fork you have out there if you're moving meat, this thing right here?
Oh, yeah. The stabber.
The stabber. And this is that, I don't know the official
I don't
name
use
for
that much. Do y'all? I don't use
You know when
stabber.
I use mine? When I'm carving a tenderloin or I'm carving a turkey.
That makes sense.
I do use that.
Yeah.
But a lot of people use that to move their steaks around.
I don't want to puncture the meat.
I'm a tone guy.
Yeah.
I'm a tone guy on moving the meat around. But anyway, so a lot of people love it. If you look at grilling accessories, though, you always find this.
Yeah, you do.
So we don't
big
have
fork.
We don't have this. Now here's where you, the audience, come into play. If you'll notice on the wood, because we want heavy duty. I mean, I got this. See that's that same company that makes our other stuff. See how heavy duty that looks. And of course, Greg, for you, we always have the bottle opener at the top.
Okay.
All right. So as you
necessary.
see this that people send you examples of what they can do. Well, this one must have been New York Yankee fan.
I saw a Major League Baseball logo.
Yeah,
on
it's
it.
got New York Yankees on it.
Okay.
Well, where it has on the handle where you would hold the big old carving fork. What do we now want to put on ours? What
saying?
What phrase do we burn into that? Because we've got RB spatula on one. Somebody means business on the tongs. And the aprons have had various things on it. Never trust a skinny cook, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
What do we put on this next grilling accessory?
Like, for
what phrase?
example, and here's just a couple ideas. Meat.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
I was thinking more like, how about that?
How about that?
Meat.
Wow, with a fork?
Or, stick
Is
it
called
to
a
me.
fork? Say that again.
Stick it to me.
Stick it to me.
Say that one again.
Stick it to me.
There's my front runner.
Stick it to me is good.
No, Greg, no. We have some
That's
stick
not
it to
good.
me.
Hey, that'll catch your eyebrow.
Well, I tell you who'll order one today, and that'll be Governor Cuomo.
What about sock it to me? Yes, he will.
All right, so
See, I think that'll, that
sock it to
adds
me
to the
cake.
collection.
it
does.
It does.
It does.
Have you got the stick it to me fork?
So we've got what is this official name? Is it called a fork?
Rick, I don't think you can call that anything but
I
a
don't think you
fork.
could either.
It's not a chopstick.
Somebody Google it and see what it's
It's got to be a fork.
Caleb, what do you think should go on there?
The Bubba Baster.
The Bubba Baster.
It's not a baster.
Yeah.
It's not a baster.
See, now that guy.
A grilling
that's
fork,
not a baster.
barbecue fork,
I wanted to say
grilling
Bubba
fork.
Baster.
So it is a fork. It's a grilling fork.
Yeah.
Grilling fork.
It's not a baster. We don't have a. I mean, come on. Let's go to Rick and Pelham. Why is the audience? They're not coachable today.
They're not listening, Rick.
They're not coachable most days, Rick.
Rick
you ought
and-
to sit in that room sometimes.
Oh,
not
no.
everybody, but there's a few.
Is this a side effect of the vaccine?
I think it may be. Rick and Pelham, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show. Can't live without it. I think on the instrument there, we should go with "Good Night." Look at that.
That's not bad.
Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. Good night. Look at that.
What's that going to do with for?
Greg, in all fairness.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to have something we've used.
It could just be a Rick and Bubba phrase.
I mean, it could just
or just unique to the fork. Let's go.
What about hell? Where's my spatula?
Bubba, I'm with you on that one. With a question mark.
Mike in Panama City. What do you think?
Now you have something.
Now you got something.
Yeah, I get it.
I got you. David,
that's the way Homer.
Yeah, David
Gets you on the way home.
And Huntsville, 100.3 The River. David, go ahead.
How about got it going on?
Got it going on.
Got it going on. That's not bad. We ain't used that one in a while. Yeah. Abby.
How about I then?
I'm a fat guy and I can tear up an ice cream cone, but just because I'm fat don't mean I got it going on.
I remember that. I remember that.
Bubba's move? Yeah. Well, we couldn't do it today. We'd be removed from all schools. Abby, go ahead. What? Abby?
All right.
And I think that we like it, we love it, we want some more of it. Would be great.
Okay,
that'd be a long fork.
That's got.
We'd have to have a pizza scoop on that one.
We would.
Small font. What about serious business?
Well, we've already got one. Somebody means business on our
Too
tongue.
close.
Okay, just this email, guys. I didn't do it. It's an email.
Hey,
What if it said?
okay,
What if it said?
Just passing it on.
grilling fork. Hey. I never know.
Now, Bubba, what was yours again? I like that so far.
Stick it to me.
No.
Oh, Greg.
What was it?
Brandon in Sylacauga. Brandon, go ahead.
I was going to say something about you smell that? Question mark.
I'm really upset.
Tickled himself. Did you hear him tickle himself?
Rick, I want you to understand. And I think this will help you understand what Harry Murdahl has been going through over the last 6 months to a year, because this is our everyday.
You know what it is? It explains Harry's disposition.
It is.
Wait till you pick up mine.
All right, let's try it.
Here's one we'd be grilling.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
DD in Illinois.
Okay, pick him up, partner.
There it is.
You know what? Well, that's a saying.
What does that have to do?
Pick them up, partner.
How about you can't outstep a high step?
You can't outstep a high step.
West Point, Georgia. Go ahead.
Oh, I like this one.
West Point.
Hey, Rick, this is Jason. Hey, stick a fork in me. I'm done.
You could just put "I'm done."
What about
and
fork?
then it would be obvious what you were saying.
Okay, what?
Pygmy. Pygmy baby. Fork me baby. That was the email. Smell of success.
That's not bad. Catherine in Huntsville.
BAF.
Yes.
Go ahead.
The Rick stick or coming in hot.
I think we'll pass on both of those.
What'd you say? The Rick stick?
Greg, let's move on. What about stay in it? We hadn't used that one on anything in a while.
I like. What was yours, Bubba?
Because it's a
Where the
fork.
hell's the thong?
It'd be spatula.
Oh.
It's a thong, not thong. It was spatula.
Do we have a? We don't have a Rick and Bubba thong.
We don't have thongs, Rick.
Greg, you were wrong in 3 different ways.
I was
I don't know how
completely
you could
off
be
base.
more wrong in one statement.
It's not easy. I'll tell you that.
Meat stick, fork.
What do you think? What do you think about stay in it with a fork?
I
Stay,
do.
Huh?
Yeah.
And it's a Rick and Bubba phrase, and it's also. What do you think about that?
I don't know. It just didn't hit me
Okay,
yet.
all right, yeah, and just throwing stuff out there. I really haven't had one that really hit me yet. Have you?
Bubba's.
Well, other than Bubba. All right. Do we?
Your emails are owning me.
All right. So do we continue this?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Rick, I think we have to. We don't have to close it.
No, it's
Not even close.
right. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with our society.
I'm reading some of this.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Are you listening to the show right now on Raycon earbuds? If you are, then it sounds awesome. All right, so if not, and you'd like to get some Raycon wireless earbuds and listen to something that you enjoy, hopefully, like the Rick and Bubba Show, or your favorite music, you get your playlist like you like it. It's got sweat-resistant construction, so there's no water or sweat issues if you're wearing them. It'll be fine. Seamless Bluetooth pairing, no dangling wires or white stems hanging out of your ears. They offer a comfortable in-ear fit that has a more discreet look. Comes in a variety of really hip and cool colors for maximum style. 6 hours of playtime. You can unplug for a while and relax. Best part, they start at about half the price of the other premium audio brands. So you can pick up a pair and also grab yourself a spare. Also, they have a 40-day money-back guarantee return policy. So go ahead. We're going to get you an additional 15% off these incredible earbuds when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. There comes an additional 15% off. So you see right now we're talking about you saving by the time you're done compared to the others at the same quality about 65% using, first of all, just going to buyraycon.com because they're about half the price. Then here comes another 15% from us. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, and keep the emails coming in. All right, so we're trying to name the grilling fork that's going to be added to our grilling accessories. And boy, y'all are having a lot of fun with this.
Oh my! Rick, other than the first two I mentioned to you, meat, stick it to me.
Mm-hmm.
We could call it, The other one doesn't say Bubba Spatula, does it? It just says
R&B Spatula.
R&B Spatula. What about Super Stabber, the Big Stabber, Stick It, Flip It, Flop It, or No Fooling Fork?
And I do like Slabber Stabber.
Yeah.
We may mess that one up, though, trying to come back with it.
Right. What about WTF? Where's the fork?
Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Greg, for that.
Was not
wow,
me.
what a fork! Did we
I'll
throw
tell
that
you
one
how
out
that
there?
was from.
Wow, what a fork! We have not. That's a
Okay.
good one. I like that one. Write that one.
That was an email. I didn't come up with it.
Yeah.
I'm not smart enough. For this
Some of
stuff,
these.
so.
Yeah, we're just reporting.
What Greg just said from the person that brought you the awesome one, which was funny. No, I mean, I know, Greg, but I mean, it's just I know it's not. But
the Rick and Bubba Big Stabber, I think that's got potential.
R&B Big Stabber.
See, this is good.
That ain't bad.
Somebody said dog-faced pony soldier.
that ain't bad. Let's go to.
Somebody said Helena Honkies.
Greg.
Oh boy, you're going to get Speedy started. Chad in Tennessee. Chad, anything you can add to these that we're kind of closing in on?
I'm a big fan of the Legend of Zelda game. They got the Master Sword, so what about the Master Fork?
Never mind.
I liked that game as a kid.
What about this, Rick? I like this Deluxe Forklift.
Deluxe Forklift.
Great, Rick. You didn't like Zelda?
No. What
the Legend of Zelda.
Would you say the Great Forklift?
Deluxe Forklift.
Forklift. That's not bad. Charlotte in Alabama.
tow motor.
Charlotte.
Yes. I'm thinking of I Got This.
Okay.
I like that. I like that.
Okay. It fell a little flat here in the room, but I like it. I like it.
What about Porky Forky?
I love that.
But there could be beef.
Huh? That's pretty good.
Porky Forky's.
Matt, go ahead.
Huh?
How about Porky's was on?
All right, Greg.
Greg.
Matt.
I forgot how funny it was.
Matt.
Yes, sir. I was thinking of an ode to Gary, and instead of can't have nothing, they can't flip nothing.
Okay. All right. I mean, how you can't even flip nothing with
But
this,
Rick, you
with
can.
a super slabber.
But you can.
But you can. You're right.
That's the only thing.
I got a funny story to tell y'all. I nearly broke my hand yesterday in a hilarious story.
Oh, really?
Let's go to Pamela.
That's usually not funny for people.
Pamela in Florida. Go ahead. But it was so stupid.
Okay.
Pamela, hey.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, it's a great day out here, and we just love you guys.
Thank you.
For the fork, wow, what a meat, and put it in a gift box set, and on the outside of the box set it's going to say, finally got the tools to pull this off.
That's good.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's on the box with all the stuff in it. That's a good idea.
How do you like Wow with a Fork?
I like it.
It's not bad.
Rick, what if you call it a forkula?
What's that?
It would
That
be
sounds like a vampire movie.
It would be the sister utensil, the spatula.
No. John and Selma. John, how about it?
Hey, boys, look, I believe y'all just overthinking all of this, to be honest with you. It just needs to be something simple. Just put juke it. That's it.
Juke it. Listen, no, this is great. It's still grilled to me. It's still grilled to me. What if you put it all on there? It's still grilled to me.
Golly. I wish some of you that were emailing were actually calling.
May the fork be with you.
The emailers seem to be a little more creative.
Sure.
They do. The emailers seem to have it a little bit together. But in all fairness, they're on the home keys. They're thinking
They're
through.
working.
Yeah.
It's not all happening. And this
Probably
live,
got jobs.
The live feel is, you hear the noise. You hear us taking. You can't believe it. You ever called a show before? It's a little odd.
I'd never call a show. I certainly wouldn't call this show.
No, of course not. You can net up on the best of CD. Taylor, go ahead.
It's happening a lot.
Taylor?
Just fork it.
Just fork it. That's pretty good.
All right.
What about
you? See what you've done?
What about air fork?
That's on you.
I don't know how to spell it.
What if we call it a Rick and Bubba chopstick?
Jake, go ahead.
Pretty good, by the way.
Okay, stick it in there, Jordan.
That's good.
Right there, maybe my favorite one.
His delivery was good.
Yeah, his tone.
I like how he came in a little. He was kind of coming in a little bit stubby, but well, what do you think about sticking it in there, Jordan? That's good.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Oh gosh,
I'm wheezing.
Let's go to. You know what? We don't give enough on that story, Greg, about Jordan. Is the heart wrenching story they told about his comeback.
Yeah.
And then they're setting it up. This guy's saying that. Look, I mean, this is that moment. He wants the final emotion. Hey, we've gave him the big story about the cancer survivor, and then.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
And then he hit somebody right. Jamie, welcome to the show. Go ahead. What do you think?
Hey, I don't know how you would work out the spelling, but how about
That'd be hard to spell. Can you see getting that proof done?
Hey, guys, we got the spatula, we've got the somebody means business, and we have the fork.
What about good night? What a fork? That's good.
That's good.
That's not very good.
Mickey in Georgia. Mickey, go ahead.
Running the list.
Hey guys, I got a name for you for.
All right.
Finally, a bigger prick than Greg.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's your winner. We just can't do it. There's your winner. There it is.
Oh my goodness.
That was unbelievable.
My goodness.
Oh gosh. That's
Air
awful.
fork one.
That's funny.
How about new?
How about new?
How about new?
Stick it, flip it.
Flip it, flop it.
How about new?
Meat, flip it.
Let me look here. I'm going back to the emailers.
What about new?
Uh-oh. Okay.
What? You don't just read.
Fired up and ready. Don't be mad with me.
I'm going with the Jordan one. That's funny.
Yeah, it was funny. All right, I got you. All right, let's see. Let's try Wes in Alabama. Wes, what do you think?
Hey, what about the tool to pull this off?
Yeah, I'm getting that one a lot. I just don't think it works. Jeremy in Gadsden. Go ahead, Jeremy.
How about put your thing down, flip it, and reverse it?
What?
What?
What was that? I didn't get it.
I think I had a mini stroke there. Did he say something at the end?
I don't get it.
What about Forky McForkinface? Or they name it Bodie McBoatface.
I'm trying to name the fork, the barbecue fork.
What is it?
One name it OU812 after Stanley. Damn it. Cut off again.
Hey, hello?
Hello, you're on the air.
Leveler?
You're on the air.
Hey, yes, it's OU812 fork.
Oh, okay. And put those down.
Yeah, okay.
What was funny is the conversation was
I know.
going with
She
answers.
was telling somebody what she was going to say.
Let's go to Farron. Farron, welcome to the show.
Hey, what about the big forker?
Okay.
Yeah.
I got one.
I feel like you ever had that day when somebody says, "How was the fishing?" You say, "Well, we caught a lot of small ones."
How about who?
But I got one, and we had a couple that were decent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. What a great day.
What a great. Didn't catch a lot. And
How about who gives a fork?
Greg.
I'm just saying.
Greg.
I said
No,
fork.
Greg, you're
You
not
give it as a
helping here.
present.
What are your problems? Corn pop 50-50. Go.
I mean, it's a fork.
Hello?
Yeah, I'd say, hello?
Yeah, you're on. Go ahead.
What about grill, comma, I'm Mr. Forky.
Grill, comma, I'm
That's good.
That's good. All right.
Oh, man.
All right, now just keep emailing. Meat fork. But we got some things to work with there.
Dirty fork.
Greg, dirty fork. Greg, whatever you do, go to 845 Richard Lee.
Okay, I got you.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 9 minutes to the top. So I don't think we've landed on anything. We may just need to gather, and then we'll see. Remember, it has to be able to fit on the actual space on the fork. So that'll bring some limitations with what some of you have here. But we'll try to narrow it down. See what we got. So as far as ones that we could work with, you had a list that we kind of.
Oh, Rick, there's 20 good ones. There's 20 good ones out there.
Right.
I mean, it's just I don't know how you narrow it down.
Yeah. Well, it's you start thinking about when you're telling people to go get it, saying it on the air, seeing it on there. I think there's some potential.
You have to say it like you're advertising it, you're promoting it,
right,
and see how it flows.
Right.
That's.
Hey, right now the store we got to add to our grilling accessories. We got the Rick and Bubba Super Stabber there. That's our big fork.
Right.
Hey, we got the Rick and Bubba. What's the other one?
Well, there's just a lot of them, Rick. Meat.
Yeah. Hey, be sure and pick up our new grilling accessory. Now, this is the fork. It's called Meat. Our meat fork.
The force is with you. The fork is with you.
May the fork be with you.
Right. That's good.
Yeah. So
there's just a lot of good ones.
There are. All right. So what is this? We'll look at it. We'll gather it, and then we'll either take.
We have to put a poll up.
Well,
I bet there's 20 of them that are good.
Yeah,
easy.
We'll pull some out, then narrow it down a little bit, and then we'll vote. Of course, somehow I think today the merch department is going to say, "Can y'all go ahead and get us a name on that, please, so we can have it by grilling season?" So we'll do it sooner than later. We'll try to have it named by the first of the week. How about that?
Yeah.
What is this ongoing battle with Tucker Carlson and women in the military? I saw we had some people on hold about it a minute ago. But we never got to that call.
I saw the headlines, and it had something to do with the International Women's Day and something to do with the military. He is refusing to apologize to the Pentagon for saying recruiting more women is a mockery to the U.S. military and insists if pregnant pilots were the best, then we'd have an entire Air Force of them. But I haven't heard the exact comments. I'm not familiar with the row, if you would.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm not in the loop on this, but here's what it says. Biden undoubtedly announced on Monday that the military was developing uniforms for pregnant women in the Air Force, and then he criticized it the following day, and people got mad at him for criticizing that we're going to spend money for women to be pregnant, that we have to change the uniform for those that are pregnant. And then, as you said,
maternity clothes.
As you said, Bubba, he said on Thursday he doubled down on his stance and said this, and you mentioned it: maybe pregnant women make the best pilots. As the Department of Defense measures everything, that's got to be an extensive research on this question. He's being facetious, of course.
Right.
If the Pentagon can show me that pregnant pilots are the best, then I'll be the first to demand that we have an entire Air Force of pregnant pilots. He's saying what a lot of people have said. Look, some of this stuff when it comes to the military, and he made this point where he said, and you remember Rush Limbaugh, the late Rush Limbaugh, said that the military basically, they kill people and break things.
Right.
That's what they're for. And Tucker Carlson,
not social experiments and whatever other, but
right.
if whoever can do the best job and do what we need done, that's who we want in there.
Well, he says he accused Biden, this is Tucker Carlson of Fox News, of forgetting that the military was designed to fight wars, and he said that instead he's using the armed forces as a sign of wokeness. Find the most effective military pilots are the infantry officers or SEAL teams. That's not his priority. It's not even close to his priority. Identity politics is Joe Biden's priority. It's all that matters. He said you see this attitude throughout the U.S. government as well as in the corporate world, and he's right on that. Key positions filled based on the basis of physical appearance without any reference to the ability or the experience. And he says it's not fine. He said it's okay if you work for a bank to be beholden to some shareholders and you're a corporation that wants to be woke, but it's not okay if your only job is to protect the United States from people who want to kill the rest of us.
All right.
And this is not a new phrase. He's just saying it in new ways. that the military, all the wokeness we have and political correctness and experimentation with genders and, anybody can use any locker room or bathroom they want. You can, all that, if you're just out in society, we may find it odd and we might find it annoying. He said, but the military is not designed for these kinds of experiments or emotional responses because it then ceases to do what the military is designed to do, and that's to be able to win a war and to protect us from people who want to kill us. That's not really a place to play games with this kind of stuff like maternity clothing for pilots. So anyway, that's the point, and people were asking about that. All right, so we do have Adler says he has a minute of the clip about the women in the military from the president. So Adler, here we go.
Some of it's relatively straightforward work, where we're making good progress designing body armor that fits women properly, tailoring combat uniforms for women, creating maternity flight suits, updating requirements for their hairstyles. And some of it is going to take.
Would you say hairstyles?
He did.
It's an intensity of purpose and mission to really change the culture and habits that cause women to leave the military.
Can I hear him try to say hairstyle?
Hey, you got Tucker responding.
Maternity flight suits. Pregnant women are going to fight our wars. It's a mockery of the U.S. military. While China's military becomes more masculine as it's assembled the world's largest navy, our military needs to become, as Joe Biden says, more feminine, whatever feminine means anymore, since men and women no longer exist. The bottom line is it's out of control, and the Pentagon's going along with this. Again, this is a mockery of the U.S. military and its core mission, which is winning wars. One of the few people who's been paying attention to this is someone who served in the U.S. military, Indiana Congressman Jim Banks. Recently, he wrote a letter to the U.S. Chief of Naval Operations asking why the Navy had included a book, Racist Filth, by Ibrahim X. Kendi on its 2021 reading list. Because that book teaches exactly what the Chinese propaganda ministry teaches, that America is fundamentally immoral. Congressman Jim Banks joins us tonight.
All right, so anyway, so that was another thing that they were talking about. But the bottom line is Tucker Carlson is sharing some of the same concerns we heard Limbaugh and some of the others. When we start applying this stuff to our military, we're kind of losing the whole role of the military. I'm not sure that we need a woman who is needing maternity clothing still flying combat missions. I don't think we need pregnant women.
Surely we can find somebody else to fill that role while she's pregnant.
Yeah.
That's kind of a special time in life. But I think if you caught what he was saying, Rick, he was saying we're going to make changes because women are leaving the military. Not if you're a woman and you're capable, you're going to have the same hairstyle as the men. Right. Everybody, we're going to change so you like it better here, so you'll stay. Just because we'll balance it out.
So true.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Day without 'em, brother.
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler are all here for a brand new hour, and we thank you for being with us. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, Rick, good to be here. Got a quick email here to maybe shed some light on some of this.
Okay.
This comes from a young lady who was a pilot in the military.
All right,
She
to tell you,
says-
if you're just joining us, Bubba's saying shed light on something. That means just last hour, if you're just now joining us, we talked about Biden. His speech included new things for women in the military, like maternity clothing, things involving the way they wear their hair. And as Bubba said rightly, ending last hour, we're trying to make an environment to where women will stay, and we're catering to that. And, of course, others out there like Tucker Carlson are saying, I'm not sure that's the role of the military to experiment in wokeness. So you got an email that replied to that.
Yeah, well, and you remember we used to say, look, if you can do the physical things, if you can do everything that needs to be done, doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. But now we're talking about changing it so it's more accommodating to women, which is not going to help you in the long run if you're in a life or death situation. She says, hello, big fan. Being a woman who had 2 of my 5 children while on active duty in the Air Force, I think they are overthinking it. You see, women can't fly while pregnant anyway.
I didn't think so.
So the maternity flight suits are just while they're doing office work during maternity time. Pilots like to wear their flight suits around base so people will know they're pilots. They just want to have the comfort of their flight suit, which is way more comfortable than the other uniforms during those 9 months. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. So we don't have a way to do that now? So if you're a woman in the military and you're pregnant, there's no clothes for you to wear?
Apparently not a flight suit, but what she's saying is what you have to understand is you can't fly when you're pregnant anyway, but pilots like to wear their flight suit and I guess are allowed to. So that's why they're wanting to make them pregnant friendly so they can just be comfortable in them while they're doing office work.
So this is very much like the hilarious CrossFit joke that I heard. The first time I heard it, I laughed my head off. You know how you know when someone's doing CrossFit? And I said, how? And I said, they'll tell you. And
They sure will.
So this is the pilot version. If you want to know whether somebody's a pilot or not, they're going to have the flight suit on. Just don't worry about that.
I've seen that, at the Cape also. If you're, if you're an astronaut or something, you got special flight suits. You wear that as opposed to your normal stuff.
Right.
Because it makes you sharp.
Yeah, well,
and
sure.
I'm a pilot. I'm sharp. I would wear it too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, got my jersey. Got my jersey on.
I wear my Rick and Bubba shirt down the mall sometimes.
Just about you when you're having a tough day.
Yeah, little pick me up.
When you play a little ball, got my jersey on. I'm on the team.
It's Friday. Got my numbers on.
Yeah. Well, but the social experience, the wokeness cannot find its way into the military.
Yeah, the military should be efficient and should be good at their mission. We know what that is. And however we need to get there, male, female, whatever, that's what we need to do. We don't need to be doing anything just so we have our numbers like we want.
Well, I heard him mention, the president also mentioned things for women's hairstyles.
Right.
Now, you couldn't understand the word hairstyle because he mumbled it. But, well, let me ask, and I don't know because I never served in the military, so I don't know the reasons other than maybe we're becoming one force. No one here is standing out. It's not about individuals. It's about the military. We move as one force. We are all equal here for each other. We leave no man behind. Person or gender of
people, no people,
fluidness,
genderless person,
human person,
carbon unit,
but whatever you call it. But the haircut thing, is it functional? I mean, is there a reason that we've always required that military personnel have a short haircut? Is that some sort of, I can see where you look, just look to the story of Absalom in the Bible. His long hair got caught in a tree, pulled him off his horse, and everybody showed up and said, kind of tired of you trying to kill your dad, and it cost him his life. So is there meaning it's not safe for someone who's in a forward position to have long hair hanging out, that it can It could be something that would not serve them as efficiently.
I think it's just taking something else that could be a problem off the table, just
Right.
minimizing upkeep.
So to the point you just made, ending the hour. So if it's not the best thing for a military person to wear their hair very long, then women shouldn't be allowed to do that either, because it would put them in unnecessary danger or keep them from being the most efficient. If that's part
Now
of the reason.
that's the line of thinking that we used to be told when we integrated the military. But now, if you heard what Joe said, we're changing the rules to accommodate so more women will stay in the force, which means I'm just trying to get to certain numbers.
And the original plan
which
was,
I don't think is the goal. I'm sorry. I know some women may not like that, but I
No, that's not the
think
goal.
the military should be their primary job, kill people and break things, and be very good at it.
No, I would say the same thing. Let's just say that roles were reversed, that we lived in the planet that Wonder Woman came from.
Right.
Okay. Where women were the warriors and they were the best warriors and whatever. And what if we were in that world and the military, for all of our lives, had been mostly women?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody said, well, we want men to start being allowed in the military as well.
Now, did the women in this military have long hair?
Yes.
Okay.
So-
and they used it for a purpose, or just cause they had it long?
Because they liked the way it blew in the wind when they ran.
Okay.
With their spears and weapons.
Right.
So and then we said we need to allow men in the military.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would fully expect for the military to say, well, if you want to be a man in the military, we won't forbid it anymore, but you have to be as good as they are. You have to be able to do everything that is required to be in the military. Your gender now becomes, we don't even see it, but our standard for what it's going to require for you to be in this force stays the same. So if any person of any gender can achieve the standard that is required by our forces to win wars and keep people from killing us, then that's fine. But when you start lowering the standard, to Bubba's point, or changing things to accommodate some quota, well, then now you've ceased to do what the military is supposed to do, and that's what those who oppose it keep saying.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think it's offensive to women who do meet the standard, frankly.
Yeah.
And are adhering to what is required to be in the military and serve.
Yeah.
Now, am I a fan of women in forward positions? No, because I believe men and women are equal, but they're not the same. And I don't like for a woman to be put in places that I believe men were designed for, where they're on front lines, they're laying in ditches, they're getting slaughtered as they come on the beach. I don't like to live in a country that puts women in that place. Now that's just my own conviction.
I kind of hate to lower them to the level of a man. Really, is what you're saying.
Right. Yeah. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a huge fan of our mothers and wives coming home in body bags. I think that should be something that our sons and husbands come home in body bags.
Yeah.
And fathers. But that's just my preference, because I don't think the genders are fluid. I think they're different and distinct, but they're both are equal, but they are distinct. And I think that is God's design, and I kind of adhere to His standard, not what you may want, people or person. But that's not where we are. So if women are going to be allowed in the military, which that's fine, then they should meet the same standard of any man.
And you asked why the short haircut, the high and tight,
right?
So I Googled that, and there's a slew of. I mean, wow, there's a lot of reasons, but having thicker or longer hair makes it difficult to wear a military headgear properly. It doesn't. The chemical masks don't fit properly. Also, listen to this, and I didn't know this. Short hair also prevents the enemy from grabbing a soldier's long hair and slashing his or her neck.
That's what I was thinking.
Also, it's to reduce the chances of disease among closely quartered recruits from different geographical areas. It also, cuts down on that as well.
So there is a function to it. It's more than just a mind
just
game.
Cause,
that we're trying to make everybody look the same.
Right.
It actually has some functionality to it, which is what I thought too. So really, if long hair makes it more dangerous and you more susceptible to things,
then you don't need to have long hair.
Then you don't get to have long hair.
That's the bottom line.
Phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com is our website. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. Philip out of Wetumpka standing by, listening to us on I-92. Philip, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm doing good, guys. How about y'all?
Fantastic. So it says you're in line to get the vaccine.
I actually literally just pulled up to the tent, so I'm not sure what's about to happen here.
Okay, and you had a question.
Oh, yeah. I was just curious. Sorry, man, that window won't roll down all the way. I was just wondering if I'm going to end up with a tail or some spikes or horns or something like that or nothing. A little nervous.
Maybe a hankering for human flesh, but other than that, you should be fine.
Just on full moons.
Yeah, which one you getting? What company?
Is this going to make me grow extra hair, ma'am?
Just the third toe.
That's the third toe. She said a third toe.
So what brand are you getting today?
It's the Moderna.
Moderna? Yeah.
That's already got you. You sure you hadn't had the
have a virus already.
Yeah, so no, you should be fine, man. Hopefully.
Yeah, I think you're in good shape.
Let's go to Mikhail. Is it Michelle or Mikhail?
Mikhail.
Hey, go ahead.
Hey, on the topic of changing the standards for the females, when you sign the line, you are sacrificing your opinions, your emotions for the greater good. I was working on a commission as an officer of the Marine Corps, and we trained just the same. We carried the same weight, did the same things. So to think that, if we're going to change the standards to keep somebody, well, that person really isn't in for the right reason. Your enemy is not going to stop and say, hey, nope, that's a girl, so let's do something different here.
Yeah, well, that's one of the points I made. So to be clear, and I want to be clear because you've done it, and thank you for your service to our country, you had to meet the same physical requirements of any Marine, male or female.
Right. There were certain standards that were a little bit different, but in training, it's all the same. We trained as a group, we were a team, and that's how we went.
What standards were different?
The physical standards for the tests, the timing that you would run a 3 mile, the amount of your scoring, basically, you had a little more leeway as a female, but it was still very, very high.
No, I got that, but they did change the standard for a female.
Well, it's been like that for years.
No,
but what we're just saying is it is different for males and females. There is an accommodation made.
There is an accommodation, and I really don't think there should be, in my opinion.
Right, yeah, and that's all I wanted to make sure because I wanted to be clear on that. And I'm not saying that I certainly couldn't do what you did. I'm just wanting to clarify that they did make accommodations for the female muscle mass versus the male muscle mass in some of their requirements, even in the Marines.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, let's just say you have a group of soldiers who are running to the top of the hill, and you have a group of Chinese soldiers that are running to the top of the hill because whoever gets there first gets the gun that's laying on the ground. You don't get an accommodation. You better be first.
Yeah, correct.
You got to beat them there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I don't know where that helps us when you do that.
No, and she said she wished it wasn't that way. I think the requirement should be the requirement, especially, keep in mind what we've always said. Let me tell you what we can say once and for all. Anybody on the left that says follow the science is an absolute liar.
Yeah, because they don't follow anything else.
They pick and choose when they follow it, and they pick and choose what scientists they want to listen to. They do not follow the science because they don't follow it in gender, and they do not follow it in this situation because they want you to say that the genders are just interchangeable. There's not a distinction, even in science, which is totally not true. And this woman who served our country, and I'm thankful for that, but even she said they did change the requirement, and I'm going to tell you why they changed it. Because the female body has limitations physically, strength-wise, speed-wise, that the male body does not have.
On average.
Yeah. The fastest female cannot even come close to beating the fastest male. Not even close. As a matter of fact, I think the fastest female said in the men's she would rank somewhere around 100 of the times. So it's not even close. And that doesn't mean less value. That doesn't mean that at all. Yeah. Scripture talks about that. God made man and woman in his image, and we are co-heirs in the church with Christ. And we're told to treat our wives as a co-heir and not to treat them as inferior. and that was counter to the culture that Peter and Paul were talking to. But so that's not the deal. But it's okay to say that men and women are distinct. That's okay. And
we all have lanes.
For some reason, there's things that are women have been designed to do better than men, and it's okay to say that. That doesn't mean a lack of equality. I don't know why that is such a sticking point. But the standard is lowered for the female who is training. It is, but it's still a very high standard. Don't misunderstand me, but that is a fact.
Mm-hmm.
To the phones we go. What was the other one that you said that had some good things to say that has something to do with the? I know we got a point. We lost Clint and 9.
9.
Okay. Clint Bird. Philip, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. I know we're up against a break here. It's not just male or female. It's also divided by age groups. The intent is that during the event, whatever that age group, because we do get better or worse during age, being able to do stuff, that you'll all be able to score that same overall score. Now, when it comes to weapons qualifications, driver qualifications, that kind of stuff, there is no change. It's just some of those things as you age, younger or older. Thanks.
Yeah, but I guess, Philip, what I would ask you, back to Bubba's point, though, but if someone has aged, I probably wouldn't give them the same responsibilities that might require the higher standard of the younger body, would I?
You don't assign positions by age. You assign it by MOS, what your duty is. Right. An infantry guy that just comes in is normally going to be the younger guy. He's going to be the guy carrying the heavy cruiser weapons, mortars, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
the older guy, the platoon sergeant or the E7 or 8 is going to be, more in the management.
You answered my question. Yeah, you answered my question. You're training for different things. But if you took someone in the infantry, and would you lower the standard, the physical standard for someone who's going to serve and have to carry those things and do those things? If you're looking for the best of the best, age, gender, whatever, you wouldn't. You just heard him say the guys, once they get a certain age, they're given different responsibilities. So the standard,
and most of them,
that is
I think,
required by is still.
And I guess as you age too, you also have a higher rank, which means that you're not doing some of the other.
Yeah,
things.
but it's a fact.
You move from hands-on to management as you get older.
But there's also a physical reason
you're limited physically.
Yeah, there's also a physical reason you do that.
And you're going to assign whoever's in your group there. If it's the young, strong guy, he's going to get the heavy lifting, so we will all perform well.
I got news for you. If I walk up with my 19, 22, and 30-year-old son, what you're going to have them do and what you assign me to is going to be different.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and that's stuff for you to do, but it ain't going to be that.
It ain't going to be that. And there's stuff they can't do that I know how to do through a wisdom standpoint.
Yeah. Oh, our family just helped somebody move, and you think I was in the back of the truck?
30 years ago, you would have been.
Right. Son, get that right there.
That's why they said let's bring some young men in to carry off Ananias and Sapphira.
Yes.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. As we come on back, TheraBreath right now, when we just talked to Dr. Katz a few days ago, man, they got a lot of new products too, a little bit of everything. They've got, for if you want to have pristine oral care, then TheraBreath has everything that you need. And when it comes to bad breath, they've always been the king. They actually fight what causes it. So remember, too, that they have a lot of us are trying to make sure that we protect ourselves against getting sick, too. They have some great oral rinses, either for gum disease, which is big. They also have some that help you with cavity control. They also have stuff for dry mouth. And also they have some probiotics and some things that help with your immune system as well. So go there. But we love the stuff they started with was a toothpaste, a mouthwash, and the lozenges. And we use those all the time, and we absolutely love them. I have a lozenge in right now because I've just had some coffee. So if you're looking to get these products, they're at over 100 different retailers out there. You can find them. But if you want to go and get some samples and get some coupons, go to TheraBreath.com. That's TheraBreath.com. We also have a link for them there in the sponsors button. Also, TheraBreath is available for you, again, on the different shelf space. They have different stuff. But if you want to see all the products and save you some money, go to TheraBreath.com as well. All right, so, Bubba, we have a story involving Patrick Ewing. And we've been discussing this in the break. Patrick Ewing, for some reason, keeps getting stopped by the Madison Square Garden security, and he is very, very upset about it.
He's not happy.
He's like, how can you not know who I am? I mean,
his jersey's hanging from the rafter. Here he is. He's talking about it. He's not happy.
Right, and then we'll set up why he's there and all that.
All right, you got this? Or
Adler does.
All right, here's Patrick Ewing on being stopped by security.
But I do want to say one thing, though. I thought this was my building, and I feel terrible that I'm getting stopped, accosted, asking for passes. Everybody in this building should know who the hell I am. And I'm getting stopped. I can't move around this building. Like I was like, what the hell? Is this Madison Square Garden? I'm going to have to call Mr. Dolan and say, geez, is my number in the rafters or what? But I do want to.
Now his Georgetown Hoyas just beat Villanova, who was the number 1 seed, 72-71 in the Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. So that's why he's there. That's what he was referring to. So a big win for them, and he keeps getting stopped everywhere because now he coaches the Georgetown Hoyas.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. He was on the Dream Team. I mean, he's one of those people that's
played in New York for a lot.
Very recognizable. What was it, 11 years? He was 11-time All-Star there.
Yeah. Greg gives him a pass for this.
I do. I think he's right, 100% right. Why in the world are y'all stopping Patrick?
Well, again, it's not like Patrick Ewing. How many 7-footers walk through here?
Greg, are you calling player privilege?
Well, absolutely. I think he's earned it.
That's like one of you two walking through here and an intern going, hey, stop. Hold on just a second.
That actually happened to me.
Well,
here's when Tom Brady's done playing and he goes back to Gillette Stadium, that anybody's going to stop him.
Well, you have, I'm sure, a younger probably group working as security guards there. And you know what they're told? Nobody comes through here without passes. Nobody. I don't care. You know their boss. You've heard their supervisor.
Oh, yes.
I don't care if Donald Trump, Joe Biden comes through here. No pass, no entry. So that's what they're doing, and now Patrick Ewing's mad about it. But I do understand his point, but I also understand the guard's point.
Mm-hmm. I say to the guards, I go have a picture of Patrick Ewing. Yeah. If you're too young to know who this is, he's in here a lot. First of all, he's 7 foot tall, so you're not going to mistake him for anybody.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that difficult to say, guys, straight up, I do want us to, but here's what Patrick Ewing looks like, and that is his jersey. Please stop. Let's not stop Patrick Ewing anymore.
Yeah. Now, this is going to get on your nerves because this is them winning the game, and the announcer, courtesy of 106.7 The Fan out of Washington, D.C., says the Hoyas win, and count how many times he says it at the end of the game. I apologize for this, Rick. This is really going to bother you. I'm sorry.
Daniels across the timeline, puts up a deep three, missed it. Hoyas win! 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 Hoyas
You made your point.
Hoyas win.
Did you count?
That's not real. Somebody's
It's
counting.
got to be on a loop.
He said
Because it doesn't sound like he took a breath.
He said it 22 times.
That's not real.
It's got
22
be.
times.
Now that I
think that's been
that's
edited.
got to be on a loop. It's got to be.
That can't be true.
The Hoyas upset Villanova 72-71. Here's the exciting moment. The Washington, D.C. Sports Radio, 106.7 The Fan, host or play-by-play guy had them winning. He says it's 22 times. It doesn't say it's fake.
But if you listen to the music in the back, it sounds like
I got to hear it again.
I agree with you on the fact it
Listen to
sounds
the music
a
in the
little
back.
doctored. But
Hoyas win. 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 Hoyas win.
I just think you'd have to have a breath there somewhere.
And why would a human want to say
if
it
you
that
were
many
doing
times?
it that you would the meter was exactly the same. I mean,
Yeah.
you think he would slow down or gasp for breath or and look, I understand they're excited. It was a big win for them, but maybe 3.
I just don't think that's real. I don't think that's
I'm
possible.
saying not real.
no,
I think it's real, guys. I think it's real. He's breathing in between each one. Hoyas win. Hoyas win. Hoyas win. Hoyas win. Hoyas win. Hoyas win. Hoyas
see,
win.
you
Hoyas
changed.
win. Hoyas win. Hoyas win.
But you start slurring words, your meter changes.
You know, the
and
only
his
person
didn't.
I've
His
heard
didn't.
close to that is 16-1. 16-1. You remember Chris?
That is gold.
And see, this is what fake news and reporting has done to us. We don't believe anything now.
No, we don't.
Even
Well,
things
because
that are real.
People lie all the time.
Yeah.
They
You're
do.
right.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not clear though. Who won that game?
Hoyas win. Hoyas win.
I just feel like
I
somebody
wish
sitting there
I kind of
with it
wish
would've
Healy
slapped
Boy
him.
did play-by-play of basketball.
Villanova touched the shot. They missed it.
Do a little play-by-play basketball as Helium Boy.
Villanova touched the ball down. They're passing inside. Who's the shot? Villanova misses. Hoyas win. Hoyas win. Hoyas win. Hoyas win. Hoyas win. Hoyas win.
I'd rather hear that than Beth Moe.
Oh, yeah. He said it's real.
Coming off
Well,
the bench for the big team for the Eagles, Bubba Bourgeois.
You talking about the 6 man?
All right, was anybody watching? Can they tell us if that was real or not? I don't know.
I don't think it's real.
I want to see video of the guy doing it. Then I'll believe it.
If all the little characters want Tebow. did. Here I go. Watch out.
Hoyas win. Oh my goodness, they won like no other. I'm done with baseball. I'm out.
Oh, there's Bernie.
Got married. I'll stay home now.
Yeah.
Oh, Bernie.
It's tougher now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, dig
no, no, I can't. Helium Boy like to cause me to pass out.
See, that's the point. I don't think you could physically do it.
Do what, Gary? I'm sorry.
Hey, Hoyas win.
And look, I'm not overdoing it here. I mean, he acts like they won the national championship. If he did that, if they won the
They're
national
11 and
championship,
12.
I mean, come on.
I mean,
They don't deserve 23 Hoya wins.
They really don't.
They
by
don't.
the way,
Just because they
Yeah, I
beat
mean, they were.
Villanova.
Yeah. Big one.
Maybe 3.
maybe 3.
Yeah.
But don't stop Patrick
I
Ewing.
mean, that's worse. I mean, the guy that did the Miracle on Ice didn't do it that way.
You know,
I mean, that was a big deal. We beat the Russians.
That's something you do on a national championship.
You know, I think if I was in charge of the guards there, I would say stop everybody, and they have to give you a pass if they're under 6'5" and they're not Patrick Ewing.
There you go.
You know,
Anybody
I mean,
around 7
he's gonna
foot.
he's going to be head and shoulders above everybody.
I
that's
think
coming
any
through.
7-footer, assume he should be here.
Yeah. Be like Helium Boy being asked for security if he came to see us.
Yeah.
Oh, let me get something straight once and for all out there. I'm Helium Boy. My picture's in Rick's office, baby. We'll come back. We'll take final phone calls of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the phones we go. 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. This weekend, we interview you, the audience, on your favorite or most memorable moments in the last 27 years of the Rick and Bubba Show. Opp, Alabama, Westview Baptist Church, Man Church tonight. Looking forward to being there with you as we kick off the men's discipleship strategy. A little high challenge tonight. And then we put men in small groups for high equipping on the 40-week curriculum that will be lying ahead. So looking forward to that tonight. So if you want to be there with us, you still can. It's free. Go to rickandbubba.com, look under events, and look at that link and just follow the directions. All right, Bubba, let's get started. We'll start with Paul in Virginia. Paul, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Everything that you played from Chairman Biden in that clip about women in the military, that's been going on for at least 30 years. My first duty station, we had order forms for body armor for women. They'd take their measurements, order the body armor, it poked out where it was supposed to, smaller ballistic panels for their smaller frames. Military holds uniform review boards, covers everything from lipstick hairstyles, nail polish, male standards. So this has all been going on. Women don't leave because they don't like the uniform. They leave because they're maternal and it's tough to run.
Yeah, so you're saying he's given a speech on something the military dealt with 30 years ago and has been dealing with? Because I would think if you had women in the military this long, they're just now thinking about the uniforms. Probably not.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
It's a good
really
point,
make sense
Paul.
on a lot of fronts.
And like they're talking about the body armor, I mean, if you're required to wear it, and women's bodies are different than men's, what's the big deal if they're getting some made that fit them? I'm not talking about pregnant. I'm just talking about women in general.
I would think you would.
You would. What's wrong with that?
Let's
if
go.
You're going to have women in the military.
Will in South Carolina. Will, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, fellas, I've been a YouTuber for the past year, going back to work on Monday for the first time since COVID.
Wow.
Wanted to thank you guys for being our coworkers. During this time, I've been alone the whole time. But I will say, you guys have faces for radio, so great, that I got to be here, but I'm going to start listening to y'all now.
Yeah, you're saying, it's one thing to hear the show, but it's another to have to look at it. So, I mean, thank you for that. I'm glad.
Nothing new there, sir.
Glad we helped you through it, and I'm glad you're getting to go back to the office, because a lot of people will never go back. Yeah, they're rearranging a lot of those things. Where some people are never.
I think the Chicago Teachers Union just voted to sit out next year too,
just in case.
You know what? I think what'll get them back to work if you stop them paychecks.
Boy, it really does always work, doesn't it?
Yep. Yeah, that'll do it.
Let's go to.
Hoyas win.
Let's go to Dick in Alabama. Go right ahead. Welcome to the program.
What's going on, fellas?
You, buddy.
Hey, if that announcer's real, man, I'm telling you, he outdoes Kick Six at the Iron Bowl when he said, he was like, Davis, good God, nobody's going to keep him off the field tonight.
It's not bad. We're getting people saying that this is this guy's thing.
Yes.
That he does this. Okay. And Todd in Missouri, you may be able to weigh in on this. Todd, go ahead.
Yeah, earlier you guys were talking about the Chiefs cutting their guards and kind of how it was perplexing. I've got a theory on it. I think they've done it to save money so they can make history and sign Sarah Fuller.
And it was actually their tackles. We did come back and correct that. Devin and Hoover.
Somebody on the line.
Devin, go ahead.
Yes, how's it going, guys?
You, buddy.
Hey, so, I saw on NBC Sports, apparently that announcer is known for repeating the Hoyas win. Tuesday was his personal season, his regular season best at 19, but his overall record is 20 in NIT tournament 2014.
Yeah.
Wow.
He beat all that.
Rick, all that for the NIT.
So that's kind of like a little contest he does every time.
Yeah, I don't think I could. I think
he has to practice that.
If we'd made it to the NIT versus the big tournament, this would have been me, and the Hoyas win it.
You might give one or two if it's a last
Hoyas
second
win.
shot.
Yeah, the Hoyas, we won that.
Billy and Bessemer. Billy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, I got one thing to say. Less angry Hemsley, more helium boy.
Oh, you don't. He's a big helium boy.
Oh, thanks, baby.
Yeah, don't start that.
Billy and Bessemer chicken in, baby.
You know, Speedy, you were asking me about Bernie Sanders a minute ago, and during the break, I was practicing Bernie Sanders calling basketball, but it just sounds exactly like Dick Vitale.
That's true. You're right. Everybody says that's a great difference.
That's great. Let's go to Christopher, Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Christopher, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, I'm a vet. I just want to say, I deployed with a lot of really great, amazing women in the military. And 30 years ago, when they set those standards for women's uniforms, they were designed by men, not by women. And I think if women want to serve this country and pick up a line, hold a gun, and defend our country, they should be able to do it comfortably. And the fact that you're using your airways to kind of trash them instead of thanking them for their service.
Whoa, come on, man.
Nobody's trashing the female.
What did we just say? We just said a minute ago, a guy called and said we started getting the uniform to fit the female body and stuff 30 years ago. Biden is grandstanding, and Greg said, and we all said, yeah, that would make sense. You would have a uniform that would fit their body versus a male. I don't think that's a new idea. Ain't nobody trashing anybody.
The confusion came from Tucker Carlson talking about pregnant pilots. But like they said, they're not going to let a pregnant woman fly anyway. Right. He was just making trying to be sharp.
Yeah, a lot of the statements being made by everybody
Biden
seems to be not actually true to the situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
starting with the president.
I wish you would have stayed on and not hung up. Not very military-like. Let's go to Jeremy in Florida. Jeremy, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I got a way for us to fix this time change. Let's use the mob and council culture against themselves. Just say somebody said the whole reason for it was to keep slaves and sharecroppers in the fields longer, and they'll have it changed by tomorrow.
If we could make changing the clock racist.
And the fact Donald Trump wants to leave it like it is.
Yeah.
We could get that thing done overnight.
Some of the things we're calling racist, that is not far off.
No, we could find a way to do that.
This could actually seem more racist than
no pun intended, but we would finally be free from it.
That's a good point.
To the phones we go. Let's go to Lee in Meridian, listening to the buzz. Lee, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys. I'd like to issue Bubba a challenge on the validity of the theory of geocentricity. If he can refute that, maybe study for maybe a month. If he can refute that, then I'm going to give he and his wife a $50 gift card to Red Lobster. But if he cannot refute this theory, then I want a free spatula.
Okay, so what?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
What would y'all be
Looks
debating?
like you get a spatula.
Geocentricity. I called you guys about a year ago on this. Geo means earth. Centricity means center. There's a theory which is just as valid as the other, that the solar system and all this kind of stuff. Geocentricity means that the earth is in the very center of the universe. Everything, the whole universe revolves around the earth every 24 hours, and the earth does not spin. The earth is immobile.
And do you subscribe to that theory?
I'm sorry?
Do you subscribe to that theory?
Well, I don't subscribe per se. I subscribe to studying it. Both theories, geocentricity and the other theory, which is heliocentricity, which is about the solar system. Everything revolves around, or at least the solar system, things revolve around the sun. I subscribe to studying it out and coming up with your own feelings about this, because both of them, according to Einstein, both of these theories are valid.
And if it was valid and it was true, it changes what in my life? What matters?
A lot of things.
Really?
A lot of things. So we're at the very center of the universe, that there really is no life apart from on any other planets. It means that we are a special people. The Earth is special. It also refutes basically evolution and other theories of men that would just discount the Earth as just one little speck in the universe, and we're nothing but just a little speck.
Lee, I would say this: we've never found life outside our planet anyway, so that doesn't change.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I don't. Let me ask you this: if the Earth is the center, where's the sun at in this?
He's rotating around the Earth with everything else.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry,
Again,
that doesn't work.
if
I may
that's
hit you.
right, I won't know the difference.
I may take
Okay.
a spatula and hit you in the head with it, but that's. I'm sorry, that doesn't
What
work.
Bubba's saying is, I understand the point you're making, and I agree with the point, but we have that point either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter if we're 0 or 3 in this. It's the same difference.
And if
our planet looks so different to anything we've ever seen out there.
Not even close. Yeah. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Waking on the blubber.